Good Wednesday morning, everybody. Welcome in Head2Head Nation. We got Bass League event number 2. Last 2 weeks, we've had walleye on the mind. I got Andy Cleveland next to me, and we're going bass fishing today. Bass League event number 2. We got the Winnebago chain today, a similar site for the Head2Head Bass League this year, moving around a little more, but last year we got a pretty good taste of the Winnebago system, and this time of year on the Bago system last year, we saw some pretty sweet matches. How you feeling about it, Andy?
I tell you what, good morning, Tyler. I'm feeling good. Love is in the air.
Yeah.
It is baby making season if you're a bass.
That's right.
However, there's also a lot of rain, a lot of wind, a lot of clouds, which doesn't really set up the spawn fishing too well. But there's a lot of cuts that we've seen last year. We're going to see them again. Close quarter fishing today, it's going to be a mental game.
Absolutely it is.
If you ever disliked one of our competitors, today's the day to watch, because today is karma. With the weather going on, with the mental games going on, today is karma. It's going to be a mental battle out there today to keep your wits. You're fishing for a smaller group of fish. All these guys are packing tight into areas that are protected. Winds today, 17 miles an hour, gusting up to 30 out of the northeast. Now they have, you're going to go over, you're going to talk. We have a lot of things to talk about. Tyler's going to catch us up on things moving, but it's going to be a mental day.
Absolutely it is. Looking at that Sportomotive weather and water conditions right now, 44 degrees feels like 37.
It's not good.
That is not cool. 14 miles an hour right now out of the northeast. We got that kind of mid barometer there, 29.77, humidity 95%. It is going to be a wet one all day long.
Now also talk about this real quick. One of the worst conditions on Lake Winnebago is cold, dirty water. What happened to the water temperature since this weekend?
Plummeted. You can see right there, water temps at 56. But if you remember last week, man, we were in tank tops and shorts. We were enjoying a Wisconsin summer. And I got a feeling that water temp had to have been close to 70 last week. During the Walleye League event, we were seeing mid-60s from a lot of our guys.
Agreed.
So it's down at least 10 degrees in the last 7 days. More than likely more with the warm weather that we had last weekend. Ooh, boy, this is going to be a tricky one for our guys. And like we said, if you looked at the radar, that rain is doing this. And it is not leaving us alone all day long. Our anglers had to deal with some adverse conditions in event 1, though. We had that cold morning right off the bat. Our guys rose to the occasion. They figured out how to make it happen, and I got a feeling that it's going to be business as usual for a lot of these guys. These are skilled tournament anglers that we have on this roster, and we saw some teams have some tremendous victories in event 1. Got their season off to a great start. The Head2Head rookies this season, great showing for those guys. We'll take a look at the matchups that we have here today, and there are some teams that are definitely looking to right the ship on their season. That one right there at the top, the Van Aerts versus the Tesches, man, that one is going to be one to watch right there. The number 1 seed versus the number 4, both got the victory in event number 1. Tesches put up that incredible day.
They did.
Van Aerts weren't far behind them. We saw Mitch put on a great show with Tyson last year, that number 1 seed last year. Can they defend their turf on Winnebago, or will the Head2Head rookies, the Tesches, defend their turf, being from Winneconne, knowing this system really well? That one's going to be a fun one to watch.
It is. And the one comment that I have with the Van Aerts is, last year he didn't necessarily get to fish this system the way he wanted to.
Right.
I'm anxious to see what adjustments he's going to make and how he fishes it today.
Same here. Then you got Warden Keene versus the Lees. Man, that is the Bago battle right there. If you think of 2 smallmouth hammers on Lake Winnebago, those are the two guys who are not afraid to get out in the teeth of these conditions and see what could happen, roll the dice. That one's good, kind of David versus Goliath in this one. More than likely, our match of the day, if this one can stay tight, man, this is one that both of those teams had circled coming into this season. That one will be a fun one to watch as well.
Yeah, absolutely. This one is like the personal grudge match out for Winnebago. These guys are very comfortable out in these conditions. They fish this water quite a bit. I just hope that Warden Keene can stay away from the birds today. And we don't have to see any more of that.
No blue herons, no seagulls. Then we got Malakan Gagnow coming off that tough victory in event number 1. Put up the second highest weight of the day. Would have won any other match, but unfortunately they ran into the red hot team of the Teshes and ended up 0-1 to start their season. And they don't have an easy battle in this one either. Hansen and Poila. Hansen's by himself today. Tyson's by himself. Kyle's off doing some work. And we'll see how Ty can handle this situation by himself. He was very vocal on social media that he is excited for the challenge, and he feels as if he could break records today.
It's going to be interesting. You know, Malachi Gagnow, they're such a great team. And this is one of those where you look at a team versus an individual.
Right.
Regardless of how good the individual is, it's hard to overcome a well-oiled team.
Right.
And, you know, Malika and Gagnow, they work great together. I'm anxious to see what they do. You know, Tyson, we've heard positive talk before. Let's see if he can back that up.
Yeah, without a doubt. And then Richard Hammond versus the Steffens. Unfortunately, Matt Steffen is not here. He is in Virginia fishing MLF heavy hitters. That boat is a no-show today, an NF. Forfeiting that match to Richard and Hammond, but John Hammond is on the water with Hunter Van Dyce as his sub for today, and they are looking to add to that bottom line. Not a great total weight in the first event. They could do themselves a lot of favors here with this gifted win.
Absolutely.
If they can put some weight on the board.
Absolutely. You know, they did, you know, Riley did great out here last year. It's just he's being subbed out. Right. And so now you have, you know, granted they have the win, but they have a chance, like you said, to try and make up some ground on the overall weight for the year. We saw how important that overall weight is at the end of the season. So while they have the W already, they need to get after it today.
Without a doubt. And Frederick and Trudowski versus the Neubauers. This is a very interesting one as well. Grant and Dale Neubauer coming from the northwestern part of the state. Don't know how much time they've spent on the Winnebago system. They did get the W in event number 1, but had the lowest winning total weight that we saw of that event. So they're sitting at that number 5 seed. We saw Frederick and Trudowski put some great fish in the boat, won almost 5 pounds in event number 1. Last year, man, they put on a show. Unfortunately, a lot of them were just a hair short. But this year, Chris are on point with that one pound minimum, man. They could have broken records with the amount of fish that they were catching.
I am going to be brokenhearted if we don't see Chris on point. Now, the thing is, the wind doesn't really set up all that well. It exposes that. It's going to make it tougher, but it is fishable. And it is just Chris today in the boat.
It is. He is by himself again. Ron, unfortunately, out of town for a family event, but we've seen Freddie do it before, man. He is a one-man band. He does not need practice. He puts the team on his back, and we'll see that we don't have the old married couple dynamic in the boat today, unfortunately, but...
Well, if you remember last year, it was when he fished alone that he found the cane beds.
That's true.
And then that rode them for the rest of the season.
That was the turning point of the season, without a doubt.
So it'll be interesting. Maybe he's got the magic.
Yeah, he certainly did in that one. This is good. We got some great matchups here. All of these matchups have some pretty serious implications as far as the leaderboard goes. 7 events this season. We've talked about it on the Walleye League, man. This is stuff that's moving and shaking. This how we see the standings right now will not be the same after today. And if you start your season 0-2, you've got yourself a hole to dig out of, because really, we're a quarter of the way through the season at that point, over a quarter of the way through the season. And if you have started your season 0-2 and you cannot put some weight up in this event, ooh, you got an uphill battle ahead of you.
Well, look at last year. You know, last year the Lees found themselves on the outside looking in, and they made it kind of by the skin of their teeth.
Right.
You know, it came down to that last event before they were able to lock up that they were in the playoffs. So, and again, they got off to not a great start. So, to your point, the early wins, not only help relax your mind, but they give you confidence going forward.
Yeah.
When you're fishing on your heels, fishing is a mental game to begin with.
Without a doubt.
But when you're on your heels and you don't have confidence and you're scrambling, it makes it a lot tougher to get those wins.
Yeah, and like we talked about today, is going to be a mental grinder. Staying in it for all 4 hours, not letting the pace get to you, not letting the head-to-head pressure get to you, all going to be very important. But that's enough blabbing from in the studio. Let's take a ride on out to a wet and windy Lake Winnebago and see what our anglers are thinking before the lines go in at 7 o'clock.
It is what it is. Parker must be sleeping yet. You guys give an update? Can you give an update?
Yeah. So we are in the cuts today. We've got 4 other boats around us, all fishing the same one, but we've been in here, we were in here Sunday and there's loads of fish. So water temp dropped about 5 degrees, so we're gonna slow down today and see what happens. See how many ones we can catch.
Yeah, we found some pretty specific things over the weekend that we're hoping still are in play today. Specific baits, specific locations within the cuts where the fish are sitting. If they're here and they're cooperating, it could be a pretty good day for a lot of the guys fishing back here.
Awkward times. Awkward times. 4 minutes.
Boy, they're sitting right on that corner over there, and
Good.
they got boats each way.
Yeah, so we're going to
Yep.
be fishing residential cuts today for the most part. Probably staying in here the whole time is the game plan. It's windy on the lake, so I don't think there's any reason for us to run around. Yeah, there's 3 other teams in here with us, and actually our competitors are in the same cut, so that'll make it interesting. So it's just going to come down to just who can catch more, I guess, you know. So
Yeah, get the right bites. I mean, it's going to be an interesting day. There's a lot of fish in here. Water's cooled off 10 degrees probably.
yeah, water's 55, so it's
Yeah.
still a good temp for them to bite, but it was up to like 65, 70, you know, late last
ago.
week. So
Yeah.
the fish haven't abandoned in here. I think they're just going to be pulled off the beds a little bit, and the water is a little dirtier than it was. I haven't actually practiced in here, but he came up here a day, and so
So if things go well,
we're
we
going to
get the,
grind it out and see what we can get.
yeah,
you
we
know?
catch them on a big stick today. No fairy wands. So see how it goes.
Try to stay dry.
Good luck.
That's going to be impossible, but
You'll be all right.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting dynamic to watch. Van Aerts versus the Teshes in the exact same cut.
We are live. Rain, wind, cold, all 3 elements. Yep. Gotta stay headstrong today. Oh yeah. You ready? I'm as ready as I can be. Yeah. Mother Nature throwing us another curveball. As always. Just when we thought we could put on a smallmouth clinic, Mother Nature said, nope, not today. Yep. That's all right though. Yeah. We'll keep it to ourselves. Yeah.
It didn't work last year. She had some success recently in the kayak
Yeah.
series.
Yeah, both of these guys have been catching them. Ming had a solid
Tell us
first
lines in, or
Wisco.
we just go off of our plaque up there.
I'll let you know. How you guys feeling about today so far?
Water's dirty.
Water's dirty. We'll see what happens.
See what
Wish it wasn't.
happens. Yeah.
It is what it is. We're just gonna have to adapt to the conditions. Might have to run around. Obviously, with the wind blowing, we're not gonna be able to move too much, but we might have the trailer. We'll see. Hoping not. What?
Let's see what the fish does.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Where's your first cast gonna go?
Feeling good. I'd rather be out here than I work anyways.
Good luck.
All right.
Over to their competition.
Worried.
East side of the lake for Warden Keene.
I guess you'll give her power.
And we are lines in for Bass League event number 2.
And I don't see a bird, so I think we're okay. Now, what's interesting is, their choice, they went over to that east side with good reason.
Yep.
That east side is a lot more protected. It allows them to move around a lot.
Yeah.
They pretty much have the entire east side of the lake that they can run up and down.
Right.
And we know from last year, they spent a lot of time over in this area.
Absolutely they did. Absolutely they did.
Let's start out and give a shout out to our poor cameramen.
Yeah. They're earning their keep today, man.
I tell you, them guys, they gotta be tough. It's brutal out there.
Yeah.
It's brutal. So shout out to the cameraman. And you know what? I'm gonna take a sip of this nice hot coffee. We got one hooked up.
Side. This one.
Matt Ward on the big stick.
There we go. There we go.
Off the bat with what looks to be a keeper.
That should be a pound.
Here we go, boys. Ditch pickling today.
Oh, that coffee's hot.
Nice and warm.
Was that way up tight to the rock or off the wall?
It was actually in the bay more.
Okay.
Which is surprising.
Tyler, can you turn up that space heater over there?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, first fish of the day. Let's see what we got.
Check my eyes right off the bat, but I'm going to say this one's about a 1.
You'll go 1 for sure.
All right.
I'm with you on that one.
1-7. Looked long and skinny to me.
$112.
112.
Wow.
Oh, all right.
Here we go.
I'll be wrong in that direction all day long.
Heck yeah.
A 112 to get the scoring started in the battle of the Bago Sticks between Warden Keene and the Lees. This is one that even before any of the
Refresh it,
pre-show
hit
stuff, when we got our matchups, I was like, this is going to be one to watch on the Winnebago system because
Absolutely.
both of these teams know this place really, really well.
Now, here's my one comment right off of the bat. If the Lees do not get their area, if they're not getting positive results, if they don't move quickly, I think they have a chance to get
the lead.
behind.
I agree.
Because they're fishing in a very they're fishing the same spots that they did last year. They struggled on those spots last year. It's a different year.
that a
Every year
skirted
it's
one?
a different year, right? But
Yeah.
it's
That's the color
it's
I
going
took
to
off
be
last night,
important,
too.
I think, for them to go, you know what? They made a mistake last year, especially during the championship, where they
Smoking it
sat
along.
too long on areas and they should have just got going.
Yeah.
Get the net.
Uh-oh.
It's a good one.
Glitch into the skirted jig after
Oh, I
this.
got a really good one. Holy crap.
Uh-oh.
That's a
Oh, no. Again?
that's a win for the walleye tournament last week.
Jeez, look at that
Those
sucker.
guys struggle.
That's all I've been catching. Even last week, all I catch is walleyes.
He had this curse
You guys-
last year.
You guys
he
need some
did.
walleye spots?
You can start doing seminars for them guys. I'd be happy too.
I kind of wanted him to throw it on the scale.
I know, that was a nice one.
Hey, shout
That
out to
was
Joe
disappointing.
Okada, got
Yeah.
his first W of the year.
Sure did.
Heck yeah.
Joe looked very solid in that one.
Oh, on a tough
I
day
thought I had a
too.
big
He
you
looked
know.
automatic.
Yeah.
When he got that deal dialed in, man. He had it going on.
Got him. Get the net.
Oh my gosh. These two got it going on right now. Target species?
Better be a green one this time. Yeah, it is a green one. Thought it was a walleye at first.
Oh, long and skinny.
God, they're in there.
Yeah, fire back up in there.
So let's talk about this. You know, we talk so much about what a great smallmouth fishery Winnebago is. Why are these guys catching largemouth out here on the main lake? And basically,
full throttle, baby.
they're at the entrance of a pretty big cut in the
Full
backwater area.
Ain't letting up on the gas today, boys.
And what they have here
Louise
is a
ain't stealing our
staging
lunch
area.
money.
This is a classic staging area where these fish, when they're coming in, this is that time of year, they'll start pulling in, they'll stage. Once conditions get right, then they move in.
Absolutely.
One thump there.
So they are fishing a classic staging area.
111.
Spots like this.
111. Oh,
Spots like this produce fish all day long.
Absolutely, they
because
do.
they can be reloading
Right.
all day long. You go through different
See, I told
lulls
you
and
the fish were
periods,
skinny
but
here, and that's the what we want.
man,
We want
I
the
tell you,
skinny
and
ones, 'cause they're
it's
hungry.
not just where
The ones
they're
on the other
fishing.
side were fat.
They can back off,
They
go
don't
out,
need to eat.
move
They've been
around.
eating
There's
all
going to be
week.
fish all around them.
absolutely.
But there are going to be key spots, and
I don't know why
it looks
logs
like
is
they're
also often
kind of
now.
dialed in.
Yeah.
This is very exciting.
Come on, eat it.
Yeah, like you talked about, there's a reason
4
why they
pounds.
don't build Love's truck stops way off in town. Why it's right off the highway, and it's because you stop in, you keep going.
That's right. That's right.
Over to their competition. A 112 and a 111 right off the rip for Warden Keene. That's a hot start.
That is.
See if the Lees can fire back.
And, you know, days like today, cold, dirty water, traditionally smallmouth have not played.
Yeah.
When you have cold, dirty water, and not just cold water, new cold
Right.
water. When you have that temperature drop of around 10 degrees, ooh, he's hooked up.
Slow roll.
It can be brutal.
Yes.
Way out there, huh?
Wow.
Look to be fishing a pretty big
Ooh, that's a
flat.
good one.
Both started with swim jigs.
Coming in.
Whoa!
Looks like a 3.
That is a big one.
Okay.
Look at that.
That is going to get them moving. Nice job, Bang.
That hammer.
Oh,
The anti-netters.
She's stuck good
God, that one looks pre-spawn too, don't it?
Yeah, it does.
Wow.
on the hammer jig. Can't go wrong.
Hammer swim flip from Cast Again Tackle.
Nice, beautiful fish.
I'm willing to venture that one's pushing 4. That one's got shoulders, man.
That does.
Oh,
It doesn't have the big belly,
right.
but it is a big fish.
That one is built. Wow.
And just like that, he's like, you know
big?
what? I'll take one swing of the bat and not till the
Locked in at 4-1. 4-1.
4-1.
Dang, dude.
Jeez.
one fish.
you, girl.
We're back.
Big old head. So with the water being dirty, I was expecting a bite right away, but obviously that didn't happen.
Gonna have to fish really slow, just slow rolling it on the bottom. These fish are cruising the edge of the weed line. And just as I expected, just slow rolling it through after a few casts. Felt that little tap, checked to make sure it wasn't the weeds, and set the hook. God, that felt good. We're down, dude.
What? We're down?
They got 1 pound.
What?
They got a 1 pounder.
Oh, yeah. On the dot or what?
Not
One something. I can't get my phone to work.
no more.
There you go. 4 pounds, 1 ounce.
Let's get some more.
The rain adds a whole nother element to this as well with the adverse conditions, because our guys are it's so important for them to be able to put their weights in quickly and do that efficiently. And the rain, trying to use a phone in the rain is about impossible.
Yeah.
It is brutal. First look at the Neubauers right here. Ooh,
Oh, swing and a miss.
Grant was bird dogging.
So these guys are way on the north side.
Yes, they are.
This is, well, the Lees were in here last year, but also Logan Bliss and Jordan Meadow.
Absolutely, they were.
Shout out to
good
those
bit.
boys.
Got him that time. Yeah, buddy.
Good job.
All right,
I think that one will score.
just a little guy, but
Think he'll weigh?
Gonna be flirting with the line,
that?
but
Think he'll weigh?
I don't think so. But
Got a little belly on it.
yeah.
girls,
Huh? Oh.
It's got to be close. So he's studying that thing.
1-7.
1-7
Wow.
locked in.
That was a lot bigger than I thought it
Yeah, it
was
was.
going to be. I thought that was going to be right at a pound. Those guys didn't even know if it was going to score.
I know. Everyone needs to go see the eye doctor.
Yeah. It's definitely a new dynamic with the 1 pound minimum.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you look at this same start. Obviously, we're 13 minutes in, and guys are putting them over the rail here pretty quick, as we expected. But if we were still at that 2 pound minimum, we got 1 fish on the scoreboard right now.
Right.
The Lees with that 4 pounder. That would be it. Neubauer's getting things rolling pretty quick with that 1-7. Like we said, didn't see him put up a huge
they're a lot bigger
weight
than I thought out here.
in that little Butamore event. They admittedly hadn't spent a ton of time on that body of water and did what they needed to do to get the win, but that season total weight did not do them any favors with the way that everyone else caught him in that deal. But this is another event where you are going to be able to stack weight.
Current's not as strong right now.
No, that's not why he's not making the right cast.
Over to Richard and Hammond.
I believe that's going to be a dick one.
Hammond and Van Dyce, I should say, and I believe that was Hunter getting on the board right off the bat. Called in the big guns for this one.
One eight.
What was he?
1-8.
Really?
1-8.
We win, buddy.
Eliminates any conversation of a 0-0 tie. Our opponents didn't show up. Got that right out of the way right away. We do and do not appreciate that at the same time. Because the drama would have been great. But
Oh, man.
we don't ever want to see anyone 0. So
No. Malika and Gag now.
pretty similar scenery for just about everyone in the field here, just like we expected.
Yeah.
Jeff's hooked up.
There we go.
On the board.
Way to go, Jeff.
I got it.
Okay.
All right, bladed jig fish number 1.
Ooh, he's
Chatterbait?
throwing a bladed jig.
Yep,
I almost
Great
picked it up a second
presentation.
ago.
without a doubt.
Where's the scale? Oh, right
A little dirtier water coming in. Fish roaming around with the cooling temperatures pulling off their beds. Bladed jig is a great way to cover some water.
here. Come on, little fella.
No, bladed jigs, they've been around
16
for a
ounces.
while,
Oh, yeah.
but they have really gained some popularity in the last, 3-4 years?
Yeah, and it's one of those
1 pound,
baits
8
that
ounces.
Sweet.
All right, we on the board.
did not catch that weight.
1 pound, 8 ounces.
1-8, 10-4. Good start for those guys. Getting the scoreboard moving for these two. Over to the Teshes, up against the Van Erts. Both spinning rods in hand, just like we saw in event 1. But like you were saying with that bladed jig, it's tough to find a top 10 bait gallery where there is not someone in the top 10 in every single big tournament throwing a bladed jig. It's just a great way to cover water.
It is.
It is one of the best in-between baits. Fishing in between two pieces of cover, pick up a bladed jig, and it's a great way to pick up some extra keepers. Brian hooked up. Looking to get the Teshes on the board. Think that one will do it.
Yeah, it's like a classic wacky rig Cinco.
Yep.
Oh! He says, hang on a second.
Ben with the double.
Where the clips hang.
He says, I'll also take one.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. May I have another?
If you want to go have yourself a time in the next couple of weeks, take a wacky rig Cinco on a spinning rod and just go skip all the docks in these cuts.
Yep.
You will have yourself a time.
You'll be just fine.
Zeros?
I believe that was a 1-5 for Brian's.
Center. One five.
And a 1-5 for
Good
Ben.
guys. Do a good start.
Hold on. Can you see if you can get your phone to work, Ben?
I can see a competitor just down the channel from him. All right, Tyler, you're going out to a place you've never been to before.
The phone doesn't work.
What are the 5 baits you're going to make sure you have?
I think you got to have something to flip. I like flipping, getting up in the heavy cover. I'm going to have me probably a 3/16 ounce Texas rig with a beaver creature style bait on it. I'm going to have me a B-Height Delight 3/8 ounce bladed jig for covering water. I am going
wait
to
till I can
have
feel
me
my hands.
a wacky worm, especially this time of year, I'm going to have me a wacky worm on.
Fish.
Tony's hooked up.
Which way you going?
Then I'm probably going to have a forward-facing rod with either a Nico rig or a minnow on it.
Abbott Costello.
And got to have something for
Let's roll.
Bladed jig.
Yep.
another
In the
one.
mouth.
Black and blue bladed jig for these two.
Does black and blue work for largemouth?
Never heard of that on Lake Winnebago. That is a new trick.
He was off the wall, wasn't he?
Yep. 1 pound 9 ounces.
1.9 for Tony. A 1.8 and a
1
1.9
pound
for
9 ounces.
get the scoring started for these two. That is not a bad way to get it rolling at all. From one side of that matchup to the other, over to Tyson Hansen. Soloing it up today. Like we talked about before, we've seen some great successes from guys fishing solo. You look at what Freddie did. We've also seen some struggles looking at some of our teams hooked up.
There we go.
There we go.
Get the scoring started for him too.
All right, first one. That's gonna go.
Believe it will.
So currently he is down 3 pounds 1 ounce.
Yep.
This fish should help that quite a bit.
He should.
Hold down. Yep.
Oh yeah.
2-1.
2-1 locked.
2-1 on that one.
He is 1 scoreable fish away from tying it up.
Yes, he is. From one cut to the next, after those 2 catches from the Teshes, Bannerts find themselves down 2-10. Do not figure that'll last very long. This one's going to be a high-scoring, tight one all the way through. Dave's hooked up.
You want to net him?
No.
Oh, he just looked big because he was hooked funny.
There you go.
It's the worst when you get them right in the corner. They fight so hard. They got all their body weight to work against you, and you're like, oh yeah, that's a good one. No, get you every time. Especially them river smallies. If you get them fighting the wrong way in the current, you'll swear you got them every single time.
You're better off just chasing them down and getting in front of them.
Yeah.
You'll have a 1 pounder on there and you're getting ready to call the magazines.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty big event going on right now, the White Bass Run
Oh yeah.
in Fremont. Well, the Fremont area, Wolf River. Not been as on fire as some of the years, but I think that's, you look at the weather and it
Conditions
kind
are
of
just a little weird.
it prolongs it,
Right.
so it's going to probably go a little longer.
Tony's on again.
But it doesn't have that really sharp
Right.
action.
Nice job, bud.
Look at that one.
More of a trickle than a wave.
Hey, you got it in the
Where
net.
was he?
Right on underneath the motors. He hit it as it landed in the water.
All right.
I didn't even engage the reel.
That's how you want him to get it.
I'm going to put the poles down.
Zeros.
These are all shaping up to be really good high-scoring matchups right now. Our guys are catching them. Dang.
This is a
1
little
pound,
surprising.
11 ounces locked.
111 on that one for Tony Malika. Extends that gap over Ty Hansen just a little bit.
I did not expect the action to be this good.
Yeah, me neither, at all. At all.
And when weather gets bad like this, a lot of times it's not like fish leave an area; they just kind of shut down.
Right.
And it makes it really hard to catch. But there is no short. While we have a lot of boats in these cuts, there's no shortage of fish.
Yeah.
There are a lot of fish in these cuts. Tyson hooked up.
Got another one. I promise you that one would not go last year.
No.
I don't know if it'll go this year either.
There's number
I think
2.
so, though.
That's gonna be close. Zeros. 1-5. And locked.
1-5 on that one.
Okay.
Gain some of that back. A 1.9 for Tony, a 1.5 for Tyson. Tony and Jeff just can't ever get one easy, can they?
No,
they're in one every single time they put the boat in the water.
Well, I think that speaks a lot to the credibility of them as a team. Everyone that goes up against Tony and Jeff knows they better bring it.
They better bring it, without a doubt.
Yeah, if they don't, they're gonna get launched.
Oh,
Go.
Cheese got him. That's right, Chi. Don't let men have all the fun.
The anti-netters. That's their team name.
I'm willing to put money on the fact that there's no net. This one gets bow flipped. No, you owe me $1.
That was an arm workout.
That's another nice one.
I believe the Lees are our only team on the main lake right now,
grass.
outside of the cuts, I should say.
All right,
I'm sure that they're tucked off in a bay a little bit, but
Yeah, they look like they're in that South Asylum Bay area.
Yep.
And the only other that is kind of on the main lake are the Warren and or
Right.
Matt Ward and Logan Keene. They're on the opposite side of the lake.
So detected.
But what's interesting where these guys are at is they're getting these main lake fish that are funneling back into the flats. You know,
Right.
South Asylum Bay has got tremendous amount of flats
video
that these
game.
fish are
2-4.
going towards.
All right, locked in at 2-4.
2-4.
Let's go, dude.
The Lees are on a solid average.
A little chunky. Let's go. 2-4.
It is coming hot and heavy this morning. Golly. Back over to Ty Hansen.
Oh,
Hooked up. Another one flirting with the line, I believe.
it'll be close.
Oh, scale still on? It is. Nice. I like that. Zeros?
Keep the scoreboard moving.
Another 1-5.
1-5.
1-5.
Oh. Stop.
Maybe not.
1-8?
1-8.
1-8.
Nice.
All right.
Had to tug on that tail a little bit to straighten that out. Do you remember back in 2019, MLF came here and there was a lot of attention paid to the cuts, and I think it was Gary Klein with a split shot rig.
Yeah. Old schooling it up.
Old school. And he came in and put on a show in these cuts.
Mitch Van Aert looking to get on the board. I think that one will do it. Another black and blue bladed jig.
Zero.
Does it have to lock? There it did. 112.
112.
All right, first one of the day.
So most of these smaller fish they're catching are traditionally the males.
Right.
That they come in and they kind of get the beds prepped and they get the areas set, and you know those females come in a little bit after them. And this whole thing, it's not like the spawn goes on for a tremendous amount of time.
Right.
But you know, when you know, number one, there's different waves of fish that come in. You know, you have
Tony's hooked up.
You have the early spawners, you got the main wave, and then you got the late spawners.
Right.
So there's
Texas rig?
a lot of activity this time of year, and I mean, for
You
probably
might go
about
a pound?
a 2-3 week period.
Yeah, I mean, if not longer, these fish really, once they pull in, once they come in that pre-spawn time, you get
gonna guess it's
typically a
gonna be
week or
bank
two
at
where they're
14
in there,
ounces.
The food is what brings them in there typically.
Right.
The bluegills push in there right off the bat. The perch are in there. The bait fish are in there.
Oh, which way do I need to go? There we go. Locked at 1-2. Should I reweigh it because the bubble? Or are we good, you think? I'll reweigh it just to make sure. Yeah, reweigh will be good. 1-2. We're at zeros. That bubble showed up and then all of a sudden it locked. So.
That's what it's supposed to do, Tony.
1 pound, 2 ounces.
Nice.
There it is. 1-2. Keep it moving. Ty Hansen with that last catch had turned this deal over. But, like I was saying, so these fish pull in the pre-spawn. Typically, that's a very good bite. They're very active. They're looking to feed up. They're chunky. They're fatter. And then you get that spawn, first wave, second wave, third wave, however many. Sometimes it's a trickle spawn. This year, it was really looking like it was going to be a crash wave with that warm front that came in last weekend. All the fish really seemed to get spawning on the mind, and now this week's kind of thrown a curveball in it and really put a hard divider in between the waves of fish coming in.
Hit the brakes pretty hard.
And then typically after that first and second wave pulls out of these cuts, the females kind of vacate. You're left with a lot of males in here, but still great numbers.
Yeah.
It's a great way, even into June, if you have a tournament out here, to at least get your limit.
Right.
Get yourself settled down.
Those males, they'll hang out and they spend about another week or two guarding the fry.
Yep.
You got us to the trolling motor so we don't drift in?
And then a lot of times you get that bluegill spawn that starts up. The bait fish are still in there. There's plenty of food. A lot of these fish will hang out for a long time till it gets really stagnant and hot in the summertime, and these fish actually have to pull out. But 111 on that one for Warden Keene.
And the females, once they get done doing their thing, they kind of go back to those staging areas.
Right.
And they hang out. And then, like you said, a lot of it is influenced where the food is. Some of them, they're going to come right back into the cuts because the bluegills are there.
Right.
And they're going to feed back up. Others are just going to head out and, do their thing. But what makes this time of year so awesome is all of the fish, in some way or another,
big hook set from Ben,
are coming shallow.
Yeah. Big hook set, not a giant bass. Black and blue Cinco. Another trick as old as time. I guess I shouldn't say
Zeros?
that. Cinco's not. Cinco wasn't an original bass fishing lure, but since it came out, it has been catching them.
It is arguably
1-7.
the most successful lure of all time.
Correct.
Little guys will start adding up though.
Yes, they will. And I talked about it with Craig on the sports couch in the pre-show about how that big bite in between good numbers could be the X factor today. Like that 4-pounder that we saw the Lees catch.
Yeah.
If they can find the numbers to supplement that, they're going to be in good shape.
Oh, yeah.
That's tough to compete with. Ty Hansen sitting exactly 1 pound behind Malika and Gagnow after that whole string of catches. Andy, we are just a hair over a half an hour into this match, and I think we've seen add another one to the total. I think.
Smalley.
Ooh.
Look at that thing. Jeez. Will not open his mouth.
Like he's throwing around like a little fluke or something, huh?
Yeah, that looked to me like a Zoom Z-Craw Junior.
There's
Green pumpkin gold flake.
But you just got a quick glance at it.
Exactly. Write it down. I'm not paying any attention to what they throw at all. Zero.
All right, so you answered that in great detail. Mm-hmm. What color were your wife's shoes the last time that you
No comment. No comment.
I love it when guys say, I don't have a good memory.
1-9 on that one. Turns the lead over in that match.
I should have put my phone in a waterproof bag. Didn't know I needed to take it out this much.
Over to Hammond and Van Dice. Hunter on the board with another.
Another pounder.
This is awesome seeing there's so much movement in the
Oh,
scoreboard.
the last one kind of surprised me. So
I mean, this is like a slugfest.
Yeah, it is.
And it's not a marathon. This is a sprint right now.
Yeah.
You know, it's man.
And once again, you look at this same day last year, and we only have 2 or 3 scorables on the board at this point.
Right.
Whereas with this 1 pound, so many 1-8 to 115s in this system.
Yeah. Well, you know, just Chris-Ron Point by itself would have accounted for like 300 pounds.
Without a doubt, at least 300. 1-8 for Riley Richard. Riley Richard substitute, that is.
The fake Riley Richard.
Well, the real Riley Richard, please stand up. Team Van Aert here. Dobbing their way through the cuts. Didn't take long for that duckweed to pop up, did it?
Mm-mm. Well, you got that warm weather and poof.
Green weed growth starts coming in. Whoa!
Hey, where did that come from?
Mitch just snuck that one in there on us.
He had that in his pocket.
He did.
Attaboy.
Black and blue bladed jig.
Zeros. I was kind of right along there.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not yet.
Wet hands and wet fish. Not a good combination. That's closer to 2 pounds, actually. Well, it's about the same. 114.
114, you bet.
Picking apart. Let's go. I was right along that swim dock there, or whatever. That
Right on the edge of the posts? Or the seawall?
no, it's on that jet ski lift thing.
On the outside of it?
No, right on the side of it. Okay, we got 5-3. They got 4-1. So.
Turns the lead over in that match as well.
Don't move your legs for 1 second. You're wrapped along my line here. We're good.
Haven't even had a chance to mention the fan poll yet.
Do that. I'm going to flip this
Just
side.
put a black blue.
Van Aerts were favored slightly, 56% in this match
Right here, but.
so far. A little over a half an hour
You might
in, the
wanna
fans
flip
are
that other
proving to
side
be
if you
correct
can.
on that one.
Yeah.
Lee's favored heavily in their match, 78% over Warden Keene.
I'm on your side, though.
Malika and Gagnow, 63% over Ty Hansen. And Frederick and Twardowski favored in their match, 57.4. And we did not give the fans the option on the Richard
jump on
Hammond
it,
versus
or-
the Stephens
No, just
because
mushy.
it's going to be 100% to 0. But Matt, really good showing so far in heavy hitters. MLF heavy hitters down there on Smith Mountain Lake.
Downfall to putting more fluorocarbon on your reel is backlashes are
Fish.
worse. You're going to have to flip them. I'm in the middle of a backlash here. You want to put the talons down
Don't worry, Tony, I got this
so we're
one.
not drifting?
Zeros.
Come on.
Jared Matazinski in the chat. Congratulations. Big Wisco victory to get the season started. We are on Winnebago today. So familiar sights as to what we
Locked
saw.
in 1-9.
1-9 on that one.
Tony has got himself a mess.
Yeah, he does. Oh, that's the worst too. When you got the spinning reel handles up there, it gets all it's just a bad deal. Back over to the Van Erts. Looking to put a little gap on the Teshes. Ben and Brian were very confident coming into this one. Did not get a chance to talk to these two at all about what they were thinking before the event. Clearly they're thinking they're going to put some fish on the board.
Yeah, they're doing a heck of a job. You know what's interesting is with the new technology, the forward-facing and perspective mode, the ability to go out and to use that in dirty water to kind of see beds and things.
111.
Unfortunately, 111. Unfortunately, with the conditions today, that's not going to set up too well. Being that, you know, when you're bumping around, you're not able to.
Yeah.
If it would have been overcast, rain, everything else, but there would have been manageable wind, it would have been interesting to see who would have went out and tried to use that technology to find some of that.
I've seen a lot of guys having it on. It's just a great kind of reference point to see where the clusters of beds are, where the good areas are.
Mm-hmm.
Richard and Hammond once
No way
again.
it's pound.
Might as well wait.
If it is.
Van Dyce and Hammond. Van Dyce on the board with all three of them so far.
On 3.
What?
God, it's insane.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
All right, I said I didn't want to be out there given the conditions, but now watching all this fish catching is making me kind of,
When you're catching fish, the weather doesn't
doesn't matter. Nope. You got that right. Ty Hansen got 4 of them on the board already. Keeping himself within a pound of Malika and Gagnow. Slowly picking his way through the cuts.
You know, with this format, this type of fishing has to be so mentally challenging. Not only do you have the weather to deal with,
Oh, there's a decent one for Ty.
but it's like when you get to see what your competitor is doing, it's like you don't have a chance to let off the gas.
No.
You're always going.
I'll be very curious to see. We're still in pretty much everyone's first stop. Everyone's kind of working their way through, but it'll be very interesting to see who can keep this pace up
Right.
as we continue rolling through.
Oh.
Willing to venture that one's over 1 pound, you bet.
115, nice fish. You know, another mental aspect
115.
is once that does happen and all of a sudden you start fishing used water,
Yeah.
that's a tough mental game to go, oh, man, they've already been through here. I don't want to fish, you know, behind somebody.
Right. First look at Freddie in the boat by himself. There's a good hook set. Freddie's on the board. Was down 1-7 to the Neubauers. This one's going to bring this one
not huge, but
real close,
should go a pound.
I believe.
See, he's throwing something like a Carolina rig with
I
it.
think his bobber stop just ended up the line.
Oh, okay, okay.
It was swinging up above it.
0.
But
What was that?
when I first saw it, I'm like, oh, there's that split shot rig.
112 and 12.
Freddie on the board.
Hopefully my hands are warm enough to register my phone.
112 gives him a little edge in that match.
Back with Malika. Gag
Oh,
fish. Oh, Jeff says, hang on.
Big. I got net.
I got it.
Oh, you got
I
him.
got it.
Nice fish, Jeff. Way to go.
There's a good
Nice
one
work.
for Jeff.
Solid work.
Oh, hey Tyler, little pink worm.
Was that one for Tyler?
Yeah.
Spent a little time in the boat with Drew Gill,
Quite a
Jeff
neat-
has.
Holy crud.
Was he up under the dock or off of this?
No, he was right off the corner of that little ramp. There's
Nice.
always fish out of that little sucker. Just gotta convince them that they want to bite. Zeros.
Daniel in the chat says, I bet the fish feel like hand warmers on a day like today. They do. When you catch them on a
That
cold
is a
morning, you're
great
like,
comment.
2 pounds, 7 ounces.
There we go. I like it.
2-7 for Jeff Gagnow.
Bladed jig again?
Nope.
No, the worm. That's right, the worm.
Little pink worm.
You were saying before, those little bit bigger fish could be the deal.
Yeah. Just saw Chris Frederick get on the board. Neubauer's put that 1-1-7 in the boat fairly quickly. Looking to add to it. Hooked up.
There you go. Not there.
No.
Remember to release it under the gunnel.
Another one flirting with the line.
Look at that little guy. You gotta weigh it because our eyes have been so off.
Yeah.
I swear the last one that looked like that went like 112.
Yeah. Mollies can carry some weight this time of year.
They're like a denser fish.
Yeah. All that muscle. Sit still. One came in as a 1-2. 1-2 on the scale.
That's just crazy. If I had to put money, I would have said that would not have weighed.
Would have been a 14-ouncer. I know,
Yeah.
me too.
Must have had a crawfish in his belly.
Yep.
They're biting light. That one did bite pretty good though. Or my hands are just that cold and I can't feel them.
With that one, the Neubauer snatched the lead back from Chris Frederick. 2-9 to 112. Oh!
Oh!
Woo! Ready? Molly.
I almost put that hook in my hand. If I would have done, I definitely would have sworn then. The jacket saved me.
There's few things as exciting as a smallmouth bass
Zero.
on the deck of the boat that you're trying
There's
to
not much
catch.
to them,
Hot
but I think he's a
potato.
pound.
Chances are you're not getting out without a spine in you.
Yeah.
1-7? 1-7. Right?
1-7 on that one.
1-7?
Yep.
Chris is cold.
Chris is cold.
Oh my god. Hands are slimy and wet.
And warm. Well, Chris, in your honor, I'm going to take a sip of this hot coffee over here.
Better fish.
Here's another solid one for Ty Hansen.
Oh, that's
That
a
one will
pretty
wait.
fish.
For sure. Yours?
God, these two are keeping it tight.
2-3.
2-3 on that one. Once again, turning the lead over.
When you think about the competitive advantage that he is at right now,
Yeah,
2 lines in the water versus 1.
right.
He's doing a heck of a job
He
at
is.
keeping pace.
Keeping pace, for
I catch
sure.
one, they catch one. I catch one, they catch one.
That's it.
A lot of back and forth. But my water temperature is getting warmer as we go back here, and the bites are getting better. So,
That one turns the lead back over. 10-9 for Ty Hansen,
what happens.
9-14 for Malakin Gagnon.
hopefully, they're
Still
just
keeping it within a
loaded
pound.
back here.
Within one
Little
scorable
pocket.
is all you can ask for.
And I haven't even skipped everything yet. Oh, gosh, that one was swimming off with it.
Easy, Tyson, easy.
I'll go back through and skip everything with a Senko underneath all the docks and stuff, but we're just fishing the easy stuff right now.
Oh, hooked up again.
That one will go.
Yes,
Ooh,
it will.
Skinny. I don't know. Every pound counts, right?
You got it.
Yours?
Go, come on.
Oh. Oi.
Gosh, dang it. Oh. You know what? Let's reweigh that one. Hold them out in the rain. Cleared. Zeros.
Come on.
Second time around, there was no one even on that one.
No, because you know why? That's a dry rain.
Yeah, that's right.
That one I felt
Got
was
that right.
closer than the other one.
We haven't had any time this season for any kind of
For all
tangent.
those wondering
No.
Fortunate.
why I didn't reweigh
I
the
tell
other
you,
one.
when we do get time,
That one at
good
least
Lord.
hit a pound a couple times.
You
The
bet.
other one,
We might have
not.
to have a separate show for tangents. Getting some separation there.
it's probably 15.9 ounces.
Yeah, a chance to breathe. Slide over to Malakin Gag now. Looking to respond.
Fish. Fish.
Jeff's hooked up. That one will go.
Yeah, that's not going to be short.
That one will go.
Zeros. Locked in, 1 pound, 10 ounces.
110 on that one.
Well, that will flip that matchup.
Gag now.
Boom.
Like Ty said, I catch one, they catch one. I catch one, they catch one.
That puts them back in the lead. 11-8, so they're just
Exactly
about a pound.
15 ounces ahead.
If only Ty could have caught a 15-ouncer.
Right. Yeah, if only that 15 ouncer would have went. Ah, he's hooked up again. That's all right. I'm going to say that one's bigger than a 15 ouncer.
Okay. Stop.
Definitely looks to be it.
Knock it off. Gosh dang. There we go. Zeros?
$111.
111.
111.
Not too shabby.
Well, I tell you right now, this is the match of the first hour. Holy cow.
They are bringing it.
One punch after another. Back with T squared.
That's right. Father-son duo of Ben and Brian Tesh.
Trailing in their matchup, the Van Erts. They have 614. The Teshes have 4 pounds, 1 ounce.
Oh, good hook set from Ben.
Oh, that looks like a little bigger.
Get your butt up here.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, that is a really nice one.
3-pounder? I think he's going to be here just a hair short of 3.
Does look like a 3.
Yeah.
Not close. 210.
210.
Solid one. Going to make that match real tight.
Gotta get a couple more. Fishing some grass now.
Lined with docks.
We are on the Winnebago
they're certainly
chain,
underneath
Joe.
them, and I'm not hitting any of that stuff except for the easy ones that
Winnebago
I
chain today. I don't think we
quick
have
pitch
anyone in the Upper Lakes. I think everyone is on main Lake Winnebago by the looks
can.
of it.
Keep catching them.
Yeah. And there doesn't look to be anyone down south on the west side either. Everyone is north of Oshkosh with the exception of Ward and Keene, who are...
Better fish. That's a big one.
Wow.
Bigger,
I hooked up.
I should say.
Yeah, Ward and Keene are kind of southeast region.
Yep.
There we go.
Yeah, and that cut that Freddie's in, might be in the Upper Lakes.
I think as soon as back
think
here
I
a little ways,
recognize the surroundings. He might not be in the
water
lake, but I
temperature's
don't
warming
know.
up. It's warmed up 4 degrees since the mouth. Zeros?
Warmed up 4 degrees since the mouth. Interesting. That is going to be a good one for Ty.
2-4?
Puts a little
2-4.
separation on Malika and Gagnow there. Coming in hot. We've
Quick
had
and efficient. They're catching the same quality fish. They're not on big ones. They're on roughly those as well. So I feel comfortable that I can keep pace with anybody out here right now, unless for some reason somebody gets on a school of big ones, especially smallmouth.
Fish where we practice.
back over to the Lees. While we were hanging out with Ty Hansen, we had a 1.7 come in from Chris Frederick and also a 1.15 from John Hammond. We are with the Lees currently.
Be protected, shouldn't be dirty.
Two nice ones for the Lees, got them up to 6.5. A little over a 1 pound lead over Warden Keene. She's looking to add.
That looks like a pretty nice bend in that rod.
Oh,
A lot of stuff on the front.
a little side salad with the main course.
Let's go. Oh, come on. Zeros? Yep. Come on. 2, 2, 3, 3. Lock for me. 2, 2. 2, 2, Dad.
What?
2, 2.
2-2?
Yep.
2-2 on that one.
Like a 2-2, but
Oh, way 2-2. What does that tell you now?
Also just had a Mitch Van Aert 111 come
what
across
does
the
the
board.
board tell you?
We're up by 3 pounds, 5 ounces.
Really?
Yeah,
I thought we would be behind.
I thought so too.
With that catch, the Lees are up to 8-7.
Suey that came with it. You know, he bit super light.
Did it?
Yeah. Felt like a bluegill was nibbling on
That
it.
matted grass is amazing.
Yeah.
Had to wait a couple seconds.
Heard the Lees talking about targeting kind of a outside weed edge here.
Edge of the weeds?
Great highway as these fish pull in and out of these bays. Some of your main lake later spawners, maybe still pre-spawn
the
right
edge,
now
the edge right here.
with the main lake water temperature
back here in the
dropping.
weeds.
Great strategy to catch fish coming and going. I don't know if they're going to be on the same numbers as the guys in the cuts, but as we've seen, their average size fish is better than most.
Absolutely. You know, and that's the thing, you know, different times of the spawn, you have the pre-spawn, the spawn, and the post-spawn. You could be in
well,
areas
they're
where you're
putting
catching both pre-spawn and
Assisted.
post-spawn
Yeah.
fish.
Weight in each quarter.
Absolutely. And I mean, I guess I don't know exactly how deep they're fishing, but it looked to be like a 1/4 ounce, 3/8 ounce swim jig. So 5-6 feet deep with as clear as we saw the lake.
There you go.
She hooked up. There's a chance that they could even be catching some spawners out here with the holes in the grass and stuff.
Very
it's all
true.
hard gravel bottom out there in the area where they are, so they can certainly spawn all throughout.
Absolutely.
That one looks to be a twin.
Woo! Let's go. There's weeds out here.
She's got the hot hand.
All right, guys. I'm chucking a super line swim jig. Look at that. He's pinned. Top of the mouth. He wasn't going nowhere. Do you want that or what? Trying to figure out where these bass are kind of set up, if they're in the weeds in the cover or along the edge in the weeds out here. Zeros. Try to get as much seaweed off them.
Another
There we go.
2-pounder, I believe.
Two. Come on, lock in, lock in. 2-1.
2-1 on that
2-1
one.
locked in.
One even?
What?
One even?
No, 2-1.
Oh, 2-1?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
I don't know. I mean, that's what the scale says.
He was short, but he was stout.
But we might have
Yeah, he
found
was. That was a good looking fish.
good air here. Hopefully
That is your
they're stacked. That's
your
2 for
Winnebago
2. I
typical
should have my dad
bag filler right there.
put the fish in
can
for me
get 3
since
of
I got
them
the hot
and-
hand, but
2 4-pounders, you are sitting in a pretty good spot.
Yes, you are.
2-1.
Just like that, the Lees are up to 10-8,
Trailer.
If I catch
on
another
pace
one,
for a very strong
I
day.
might have to put it in while I keep fishing.
The Lees are in a good spot right now too. If they can stack up a little weight, they will definitely.
Oh, how's that been?
If they can stack up some weight and pull off the victory here,
Trico, man.
they're going to be in
Shout out
that
to Jordan
conversation
Meadow,
for the
man.
number 1
Put me on
seed.
the Trico rod.
Absolutely.
Oh,
There we go.
Ming hooked up.
Bring him in. Horse him in faster.
Keep him coming.
He's in the weeds. He feels like a 5-pounder.
Dude, I know.
Engage the winch. Oh, good green weeds out
These
there
are
already.
nice fish.
Like you
He'll go
talked
two.
about. It's tough to tell, but
Got him choked.
boy, you think he wanted it? Wow. Tough to tell, but they all look stout. They look pretty fresh to me, not super beat up. I'd be willing to venture that these are mostly pre-spawners that these guys are catching.
Yeah, you would definitely tell if they were post-spawn.
Yeah.
2-6 locked in.
2-6. Jeez.
Easy way.
2-6.
2-6.
The Lees are on a heater. Boy, and when we saw them get out to a little slower start than the rest in event 1, but when they figured out that deal once again with a black and blue swim jig, it was going down. Well, just like that, fast as it felt, we are at the end of hour number 1. We'll take a look and see where the scores lie at this moment. We got the Van Aerts leading their match 8-9 over the Teches 6-11. Just saw the Lees go on that heater, put up 12-14 in the first quarter. Got them up over Ward and Keene. Malak and Gagnow versus Ty Hansen, 14-8 for Ty Hansen, 11-8 for Gagnow and Malika. Keeping it within 3 pounds, that's going to be the match to watch all day, it seems like. Those two are both on good fish, good numbers. John Hammond and his sub for the day, Hunter Van Dice, got 10-15 on the board already. The Steffens not here like we talked about, so they are just padding their season total weight stat. And then Chris Frederick, couple fish there in that first quarter, 4-10 over the Neubauers 2-9. From there, we will take a ride just real quick. Stick with us. Word from our sponsors, and then we'll be back with more Winnebago bass action.
W7's got it right, covering girls' high school sports all the time. 100% free, 100% live. W7 for the girls.
Quinn and Tracker here from Sportomotive in Appleton.
Shopping for your next watercraft is easy as Sportomotive, your trusted partner.
With Tracker's no hassle, no haggle pricing program, you'll get your best deal this spring.
For over 40 years, Sportomotive has been your authorized Tracker boat dealer.
With our award-winning service department and winner of the Mercury CSI Award for over 14 years in a row. Sportomotive in Appleton, your authorized Nitro and Tracker boat dealer.
Nothing but steady fish catching so far in that first quarter. back out on a wet and rainy Lake Winnebago.
Chilly.
Chilly, very chilly. Dual box here, tight matchup between Malik and Gagnow, Hansen and Poila.
This has really been the match of the day.
Yeah, both these guys. 7 fish on the board for Malik and Gagnow, 8 fish for Ty Hansen.
Fish.
Jeff's hooked up.
Got him? Great.
Let's make that 8 fish for Malik and Gagnow.
You need it.
Yeah, and that 3-ounce difference in their average fish right now is really all the separation that there is. There's been, I think, 2 2-pounders for Ty, and Ty's hooked up. Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna shut her off soon. Zeros.
And another one. Ow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Zeros.
Pound.
$1.13.
Pound, 2 ounces.
113 for Ty Hansen, 1-2 for Jeff Gagnow.
Goodness.
Chatterbait again?
Yeah.
Those 2 catches reflected there on the scoreboard, 16-5 for Ty Hansen, 12-10 for Malik and Gagnow.
I like you're talking.
Just keep it tight.
That average difference is,
I'm going to need to just get in this compartment real quick.
you know,
on your foot,
it's
sorry.
really showing how this gap is starting to separate.
Yeah.
There's a bite. There we go.
Ty hooked up again.
Fish.
Another fish?
Jeff's hooked up again.
Come on.
What's going on?
There you go. Here, I'll take him. You got the hot hand.
If you could answer this question, you would be just a
zeros.
millionaire. Is what is the difference of why is there a slightly bigger than average fish where Ty is at versus
1
Malik and
pound.
Gagnow?
Yeah.
Why? Or
Level the scale.
how do you adjust
1 pound,
to
11
catch
ounces.
a slightly bigger
Locked
average
in.
fish?
Get off.
1-8 for Ty Hansen,
1 pound,
111
11
for
ounces.
Jeff Gagnow. Ty's was bigger in the first round of catches. Jeff's was bigger in the second round of catches. So entirely contrary to your point, it is a horse apiece.
Down 3 pounds, 8 ounces.
Well, I guess I just answered my own question. You let more time go.
Yeah.
You just need more time.
14-5 for Malika Gagnow, 17-13 for Hansen.
So they gained 3 ounces back. 'Cause
Yep.
They were down 311, now they're down 3.8. And then you just pull a Ming and Chi Lee and catch a 4-pounder and erase the deficit.
Right, yeah, and I think for Malik and Gagnow, that's kind of all they can do is just as much keep the pace as possible. You can't really, it's
Yep,
just,
all good.
if you fall behind in this kind of tit for tat matchup, it's going to be very, very difficult.
It is. Absolutely it is.
From all that hot action, we slide over to Chris Frederick. He is definitely in the Upper Lakes.
Yep.
I believe this is the area where we saw them in event 2 last year.
Oh my goodness, it's tiny. Huh? Yeah. He looks like he's like half a pound.
Oh my God, I thought he threw.
Have we been once in Dig Fest?
Today, you can't
There
be
was
doing
6
that.
ounces. I thought I
Our
killed
eyes
it when I
haven't
put
been
the
right
clip
at
on.
all on any of these fish. So I think today you got to put them all on the scale and just see what happens.
No way this is a pound.
I wouldn't say
Oh
that.
my god. 1-1? 1-1. Wow. Oh my god. I'm
1-1
gonna kill
on
this
that
thing.
one for Freddie.
You know, that area he's in was a great producer, is a great producer. The fact that he has it to himself,
surprising to me. Jumps him up to 5'11" on the day. Take a ride on over to the Van
I just
Aerts.
change up to that D-bomb.
Okay.
I just want to see if I get a bite.
some people having some dock work done.
Always. Woohoo! Mitch with a good hook set there.
I'm over you.
There we go.
Hey, hey.
Hey, it's like a 114. We're getting closer to
Yeah.
2. I'm not complaining one bit. Just gotta keep.
He hasn't put down that black and blue chatterbait.
No,
yet.
he has not.
Zeros. There you go.
Uh-oh, Dave's hooked up.
Careful.
Looking to put a little gap on the Teshes here.
111 again. You put it right in the side of the boat.
111.
You just
on
stay
that
right
one.
there. I'll he's knocked out. Oh. Nice job.
MVE with a 111.
111. Oh God, you drilled him. It's never coming off. All right, let's clear that. That's got to be a 1 something. Zeros. Nice job.
Oh, take the doubles whenever you can get them. Those are huge. In this case, it's going to be like catching a 3-pounder.
1.5.
1.5 on that one. Like we talked about with Ty Hansen doesn't have this potential. He has to process the fish immediately once it's caught, so.
Right. And so far, has not been a disadvantage.
Nothing big, but on a day like today, every ounce is going to count.
Yeah, a 111 and a 1.5 there.
Thank God they went to a 1 pound minimum. We'd have nothing.
It's weird, those 2 fish didn't calculate. I don't know if I don't have service or what. We'll have to monitor that. There's a 111 and a 1.
Like pending?
Well, it's in, but it's just not updated, so it'll update. Probably.
It's a solid little gap for those guys over the Teshes. Ty Hansen staying hot. Yup. Another one that will score.
Zeros?
Woohoo!
115.
Extends that gap a little bit.
Yeah, he's starting to pull away a little bit
now. $19.12 total is that. Almost at that 20-pound mark. Chris Frederick looking to add a little more to that total of 511. 4 fish in the boat so far. Have not seen a big one, and typically Chris is good for a big one.
He is. He is.
This guy does not come back to weigh in without a 4-pounder much. Here's a little better one.
A little better.
Looking good.
He's not 1 pound.
What? It's got to be a pound.
He means in the right direction, I hope. more of a 2-pound variety.
I'm gonna go 2, I think. 2.
That's a pretty good guess.
Oh, he's heavy. 2.7.
2.7.
Yeah, heavy. I like your thought.
Take them when you can get them.
The squeeze you do with the dry phone. 2.7, right?
Jumps that total up to 8.2 for him. Puts a solid little gap over the Neubauers. Now, if Ty Hansen can stay on the gas here and get himself a 7 or 8 pound cushion, that puts the pressure on Malik and Gagnow for sure. Hooked up again. Ooh.
He's definitely
That's a better one. There's a better one.
Yours?
He's very good at processing these fish and getting back to fish.
He's automatic on this deal. Like he's done this for 2 years or something. And even before that. 2.7 on that one for Ty Hansen. Adding to that gap like we talked about. Gordon Keene started hot with those 2 fish and a real nice walleye.
Yeah, I haven't heard much out of them.
No, the Lees have put a solid little gap on them here.
Get the net. Come on, baby. Get out of this stuff. You don't want to go for the
boat?
boat? I got a
Up
good
again?
one. It's only a 10-pound test. Here you go. You gonna get him for me? What? You gonna weigh him for me? Yes, I can. I gotta keep going, dude.
Stick Logan on the Weighmaster job. Yeah.
That bass stash is looking mighty saturated.
Yeah, it is.
He'll go 1 for sure.
It kind of has that Seth Fighter.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Is that on that same
look
jig?
to him.
You bet. I wouldn't even set that thing down. Nope. I'm gonna milk it for all it's worth. You came a little closer to shore.
1.9. 1.9 on that one.
That'll help.
Loosens that gap a little bit. Draws him slightly closer to the Lees.
They're biting it so light. I mean, they're just coming up and mouthing it.
Gonna need more where that one came from. Back over to Mitch and Dave Van Aert. Mitch wasting no time, hooked up again. Hot potato, get it. I don't know.
That's gonna be close.
That one's right there at that line.
Real close.
Typically, I'd say no, but today we've been light on all of our guesses, so.
Nice.
£1.
Locked in. Wow.
Oh.
They are falling the right way today. Last week, Nick Schertz knows it. In the Walleye League event, we could not get them to fall the right way for anybody. So many 15-ouncers. And today, only one so far.
Submit and catch. They're updated now. We got 12,
You're an awful quiet
12 pounds,
chatterbait
9
fisherman.
ounces. That was
Mitch
sketchy.
said up to
Yeah.
12.9. Ooh.
How was our match going?
Almost double what the
they have
Tesh has
6
got.
pounds, 9 ounces. We have
This
12 pounds,
action
9
is
ounces.
just
Oh,
unbelievable.
it's unbelievable. I would have never guessed that it would have been this hot and heavy given the conditions, but I guess once those fish are in there, they bite no matter what.
These guys on the water are keeping these guys on the other side of the wall.
Oh, they are
scrambling.
busy. They are busy. Ding, ding, ding.
Good fish. Good fish.
Ty Hansen's got another.
Holy crap.
Another
He is
good one,
putting
too.
a impressive performance together.
Hey,
They're
his.
about the same size, I guess. 2-pounder.
Shoot. Take them while you can get them, Tyson.
That one was not coming off.
Get them while the getting's good, as they say.
Not only is he leading his matchup, he's got the heaviest weight of the day.
Yeah. All by himself. He was saying on social media he's looking to break records today, and I don't know if he's on the pace to do that with the fish that he's catching right now, but
113.
he's definitely on pace for a very strong day. 113 on that one. It's almost a 10-pound deficit on Tony and Jeff. That is going to make things tough already in the early goings, but that being said, it's a long match. We've seen a lot of heat. These cuts are very, very good when they're fresh, but once they've been beat on a little while, it's going to be who can keep it going in the second half, in my opinion. And if we can see Tony and Jeff get on just a little better average.
There's one.
Tony's hooked up.
Got him?
Yep.
That ain't a bad looking one.
No, it's not at all.
Okay,
Don't let him back in the water.
Get it.
Yeah, I think that one's going to help that average for him.
Zeros.
You know, Tyson is showing no signs of slowing down.
No, he's not.
This fish is
2.9.
very
2 pounds,
important.
9 ounces.
2.9. Wow. Yeah, that he didn't have that 10-pound comfort for very long.
He's on a tear. He's at 24 pounds. Quarter new catch. Come on. There we go.
Giving themselves a little bit of pep talk.
Yeah. These guys have to keep it going.
They do it.
Have to.
Last year, they've proven that they can.
Yeah.
They can step it up.
So this is very, very reminiscent of that matchup we saw mid-season last year between them and
Lights hanging over the water. That's interesting.
Hoffman and Weston.
That was a great matchup.
Yeah, it's similar to that when Ty and Mitch were together last year in Event 2, and it was kind of a late day charge for them to knock off Hoffman and Weston. That was a great matchup too.
Switch it up.
There was a lot of days last year on the Winnebago system that things just did not line up and conditions were very difficult. But we picked this date, put this one on the schedule because this is really the best chance for the lake to show out as good as it can.
This is a magical time of year for this lake.
This bite in the cuts, out on the main lake too. I know a lot of the attention's been drawn to the cuts, mostly because of the conditions.
Right.
Wind makes it very difficult to position on fish, and Jeff's hooked up.
I'm in here.
There we go. Little smaller.
The way things are falling today, I'm willing to bet that one's about $1.50. That looks like
Everything helps.
little Nico worm for Jeff. Easy with that Nico rig.
Wow, come on. Zeros.
1.6, 1.4.
You're right the first time. 1 pound, 6 ounces.
1.6 on that
There we
one.
go. Chipping away.
Nice work.
Fingers are going to be too cold to open the phone up.
Saw Tyson go on a little run. Now we're seeing Tony and Jeff go on a little run. That catch, they're up to 18-4.
Yay, a wacky rig fish.
What was that?
Wacky rig fish.
Back-to-back wacky rig fish. I love it. I just can't believe there's not a fish by this big old log laid down by this dock.
Does look pretty fishy. How many times have you left a spot like that just disgusted there wasn't a fish there?
I say it a lot. If I was a bass, I would be sitting right there. But it turns out if I was a bass, I would have been caught like 100 times over. Because I say it at least twice I'm out there. I would not do very well as a bass.
No, I'd have a lot of holes in my lip.
I'd spend.
All right, if you were a bass, what would be the #1 bait you would just, man, if that gets in front of me?
Oh. I mean, it's tough to turn down a Cinco, to be honest with you. When it's shimmying past you, I just, once I'd been tricked by that trick a couple times, I think that I'd probably, between that and a frog, man, every third cast I make with a frog, I go, oh man, there should have been one right there. I'd be jumping all over the place. Ooh, good hook set from Tony.
Need net.
Oh, that was a big boil.
It's coming in. Good one, too.
Oh,
here we go.
You bet.
Let's go.
You bet.
In the mouth.
Good fish.
That will help.
Zeros.
Just chewing up that deficit that Hansen put on
What was
him.
that on?
Texas rig. Oop, wrong way. This way. 212.
212.
Nice.
212.
Good,
It's a good one.
fish.
And that's going
Come
to
on.
put him,
Come on
what,
to the-
3.5 pounds?
Yeah, draw him right back within striking distance.
212. £3 even down.
Back to within one bite.
Are we
That's
chipping
all you
away
can ask
anyway?
for.
Chipping away. It's like a chip in a chair in poker. So you're saying there's a chance.
How's our camera operator doing?
Wet.
Yeah, how's our sea guy going?
Wet, cold.
Yeah.
Wish
I
you
will
guys
say
would let me
days like
fish.
this, it's better to be on the fishing side than the camera side.
Yeah, we had to turn down our space heater in
Yeah.
here. It's kind of getting a little warm.
Started to
in the
get a little
studio.
warm in here.
Came off that little.
If I was a bass, I think a tube.
Yeah, that's a good one, without a doubt.
I'd have a hard
Little
time letting
spawny
that
hot
one go.
Yep. Pick it back up. Come on.
Can get kind of squirrely, a little curious too. I think a jerkbait would be tough to turn at. Just darting past you.
Oh, yeah. And that wouldn't be so much for wanting
cooked
to
up?
eat it, it's just wanting to beat something
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
Hey, it's a bass.
These guys are having themselves a great day.
Yeah, they are.
Zeros?
I'm surprised to see a little cool down from the Teshas after that one nice one, but they were very confident coming into this match too.
Let's see, zero that again. Zeros. Why is it doing that? There we go. One six.
1-6 on that one.
Not fast and furious, but
It's a fun
Adding
day.
to that gap.
Fun day.
Yeah.
Fish.
Jeff's
I
hooked
got
up.
the net.
Look at how fast.
Get in here.
Oh my God!
There we go.
Oh,
Like I
Well,
said.
on cue.
Round the rim and
Now,
out.
as long as Tyson can catch one, we should be within a pound and a half now, I would think.
It's okay. We got plenty of time. These fish, they don't know if they're spawning, post-spawn, pre-spawn.
Yeah, they're all over the
And
place.
I don't know either. Because they should have been done a week or two ago. Zeros. He throttled that jig on that one.
Chatterbait again?
1 pound, 10 ounces.
There we go. Nice work, Jeff.
110. Oh.
So as we're saying, we're chipping away
Chipping away.
at Tyson's lead. He stacked up on us on his little Fury, so now we're on a little flurry and hoping to capitalize.
22-10 to
Continue, keep
24
moving here.
even.
What did I say that was?
It's locked in, so it's behind you.
Crazy. Just like we talked about in that first match.
Yeah.
Event 1. Oh, there's both of these guys tie hooked up here. Both of these guys are on pace to 40, 50 pounds today, and someone's going to have to lose.
That's insane. Oh!
Just as they drew it tight.
Tyson's like, hey, I'll let you have your dream a little bit.
Not
but
so fast. Not so fast.
It's a better one. 3-pounder. Zeros.
Oh,
Close.
wow. Tony with a 212. Tyson with a 212.
So this area Tyson's in, can you imagine another person in the boat?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it would not be this tight, I got a feeling.
Do you think there's times that it hurts you to have two people in a boat?
Yeah, yes and no. I think the decision-making stuff is easier when there's no one else there to question it.
Okay.
Tony's
I'm gonna
hooked
whack
up.
your rig, so net might be worthwhile.
Jumps into action like a superhero.
There we go.
Nice.
Thank you.
Oh, come on.
And we off like a herd of turtles.
In the mouth. I got zeros. Oop. Come on. Stay in here. Fish.
Flippity flop. What do we got
2
on
pounds
this
even.
one?
Keep crushing them, buddy.
£2 even.
2 even on that one.
Was he against anything or was he out?
He was just out a little bit off that bush. £2 even. The 2-2 back. He caught one more.
This is unreal.
Wow.
Oh, come on. There we go.
Over to Mitch Van Aert and Dave Van Aert. They've been having themselves a pretty good day.
If nobody's out here in the mouth of this,
yeah,
we can make a loop through it.
yeah, I'd like to.
And then, you know, whatever.
I did good in that mouth last year.
Like I said, Tuesday I caught him too.
That's a bigger one, dude.
You want a net on him?
Yeah, that's a giant one.
What do we got?
Oh, geez.
Let's go.
Oh, look at that.
Oh,
That's daddy
look
right
at
there.
that
That'll
one.
work.
Woo.
What are you saying? My gut says 4.
I think it's got to be over 4.
That's a female.
Look at the head on that. It's got to be close to
big that one is. That's a 4.5
I don't want to
all day.
say
I might
5,
closer
but
to
it's got to be
5,
close to 5.
It's looking bigger. It's looking bigger right now.
Zeros. Look at that thing.
Got to be close to 5.
That's gonna help. That's like 5 of our other ones. $4.14.
Oh, you were right on the money.
Wow. Look
go,
at
son.
that one.
That is the biggest fish of the day.
Yes, it
Can I get my
is.
picture?
Heck yeah. Your phone or mine?
Hey, can
Well,
you
you know
call
what,
that
screw
the
it.
sport motive slaunch?
I would be willing to venture that is the Sportimotive Slaunch right there.
Big.
That's sweet.
Yeah,
that's like
needed to
equivalent to
happen
4
was
of
BJ to
us
come
we've been
visit us in the
catching, so-
studio, and big ones just
Bam!
show up.
How about that?
You saying
BJ,
about
what's
not
poppin', my friend?
Why can't you
no
bring
big
this
ones in
luck
here.
with the
There's a
walleye
few.
events?
Oh, sorry.
You show up
Nice
last
fish.
week and
Nice
it's
job.
15 ounce or 15. Actually, I take that back. When you were in studio, Joe Okada went on that pretty solid run.
Yep.
How is it going today? It's a great day to be in here, aside from the fact that the fish are biting.
It's great to be here versus out there right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fun. When the fish are biting, kind of takes away from the misery of the rain.
It does.
Stop.
It absolutely does.
I don't feel like getting stabbed.
So, on a side note, we got the Lees trailering.
Yeah, it looks to me as they are making an adjustment, as they say.
111.
111 on that one for Ty Hansen. Just when Tony and Jeff drew it within a pound or so. Not so fast. The cuts are happening today. There it is. The Lees are making a move. Oh,
Boy, does that look wet.
yeah. And 2 hours into this match, too, you got to be talking about drive time. Where are they headed?
We're gonna move.
Hurry, scurry. Fire drill.
Just leave the power on?
Yeah, you can leave the power on.
All right.
Hook up the front.
Huh?
Hook up the front.
No cameraman's are hustling.
Move, 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 move.
Gotta wonder where they're thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this launch is South Asylum Bay.
Yep. And an hour and 45 minutes into their match.
Trailer to a different boat launch.
If I was a betting man, I'd say they're just going north a little bit to County A.
I would agree. They have the
Plan is
gap
to stay
right
dry
now.
for a little bit.
The only downside to that is if they're kind of thinking about those cuts are pretty dang crowded
Yeah.
right now.
Uh-huh. Over to their competition. Yeah, the Lees have got about a 6-pound gap over Warden Keene right now, a little over it.
I knew the bites would be down with the cold front.
Now is the time to strike if you are Warden Keene.
Yeah.
But I do know there's plenty of fish in here.
So how's things over at Sporto doing?
We're doing good. Obviously, holiday weekend coming up, so we're getting stuff set up, ready to go for the weekend. So
Heck yeah.
it's always a plus.
It's awesome. I have been lately promoting your service department. Had my Nitro come see you guys a week and a half ago. Actually 2 weeks ago. And this Tuesday I'm bringing my Alumacraft into you.
Perfect. You know, people need multiple boats for different things.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, the Alumacraft, me and my dad, we like to go out on Lake Michigan and
Right now, I'm not even
chase some stuff. And the old 150 Optimax decided, you know what? I want to go see Sporto. The Nitro's going to go see Sporto. I want to go see Sporto.
Yeah. Gotta keep it even.
Yeah, you do.
You can't leave one out, just like a kid.
No,
Right.
no, can't leave one out.
The moment you do that, they get mad, they stop running.
Yeah. They do.
And just the end of it.
They do.
You know, right now, I'd say service-wise, we're probably about a weekish out.
Well, let's catch one.
Well, that's exactly what Mike told me.
See it, I just pulled that out of who knows where.
You're spot on. You're spot on. Yeah, I'm dropping it off on Tuesday. So.
You know, the only thing that
We're on the
makes
same page at work, I guess.
communication.
No, it's awesome. You know, it's a part of owning a boat. You know, you go through things happen, and but it's nice to have a place where you feel comfortable. You can just, a lot of trust. You can drop it off. You can, you know, get it fixed up and just feel good about it. So.
Right.
You know, it's like anything. It just stinks going through it, but it's a part of owning anything. Boat, car, house, you know.
Yep, keep
anything.
up on the maintenance and it won't leave you stranded.
That's right.
And you know the only thing that makes a holiday weekend better?
Being on a boat.
Holiday weekend with a Nitro.
That's true.
Or Sun Tracker, or Bass Tracker.
We got some smoking deals. They just released some Sun Tracker pontoons right now. For what we have in stock right now, up to $1,000 off for the weekend.
Wow.
So if you're looking for a boat.
Yeah, now's the time to get you in a pontoon.
Right. And you can fish out of them. I mean, bass is in the name of some of these.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know, bass buggy.
The bass buggy.
Yeah, fishing barge. So, I mean, I'm just throwing that out there.
It is a big, nice, spacious platform. Get your troll motor up there.
Absolutely.
And you know, the pontoons of today are, you almost have to create a new category for the modern pontoon.
It is
because
brutal out here.
It's nothing like your grandpa's pontoon.
No.
You know, where they used to be a 24-foot pontoon with a 5-horse on the back, and you know, God help you, it would take you a day just to cross, across the river. But no, the one that there's so many modern conveniences in there, and then the power on the back is amazing.
Oh yeah. Yeah, a lot of them 50 horse up to 115s is what we have in stock, I think, right now. So, lots of variations depending on what you're looking for.
Heck yeah.
We've set them up with trolling motors, live scopes, multiple graphs, 12-inch graphs, lithium batteries. We've set them up for bass fishing before.
Heck yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, while we got a second of downtime here, we'll also give a shout out to our friends with the Head2Head Guide Directory. We got Die Hard Angling, Alec Nickel. He's been on the bass hunt lately. He's got some openings for some bass trips this spring up in Door County. If you're looking to get out, get with Alec Nickel with Die Hard Angling. Find him on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. And then we also got Fin Fanatic Fishing Charters out of Green Bay. Bob Kloss been putting in work. He's 2-0 now on Winnebago in our Walleye League, and he's got some open dates, I'm sure of it, for Winnebago if you want to go out and stack some solid eaters like what we saw in that Winnebago event, or if you want to go up to Green Bay, Door County, West Shore, and try and get on some great big old walleyes. He is the guy to call. Both of these guides, very reputable in the area, always on big fish. If you're staying tuned to their social media, they are putting them in the boat pretty consistent. And scan that QR code on either of these graphics that you see on the screen right now. It'll take you straight to their website. You can go there, book a trip with them, figure out what the hot bite is going on, and they'll put you on it.
Yeah, whether you want to learn or just have yourself a time, go with a guide is one of the best things you can do.
Yep, without a doubt.
Fish.
Jeff's hooked up. Saw Ty Hansen put those couple of catches in there, open up this gap again.
Okay. There you go. Good work.
In the boat. Right now they're down 24-10 to 28-7. This one's going to draw it a little closer. Looks to be another one of those.
Best.
110, 112 probably.
Come on. There. Zeros. You got control of the boat there, bud?
Yep, I got it.
Okay.
I've hit spot lock. We're good.
1 pound, 10 ounce.
110 on that one.
110.
Draw him a little closer, and Ty Hansen's gone kind of quiet here towards the end of this second quarter.
He went on one impressive tear.
Yeah, he did. From there, we head over to Chris Frederick. Still picking away in the cuts.
That's weird. Like a bush in there.
All right, BJ. I'll put you on the spot.
Oh, that's a good one.
Chris is hooked up.
Catches this fish.
Oh, there's a nice one for him. We knew he was due for one.
That's a nice fish.
Yeah, it is.
I'm gonna see. What do you think? What's your guess? I'm gonna see 3.5.
I think he's right there with that guess.
3.10? I like your answer better. Maybe we should step the boat.
Yep.
Or both right. 3. Mine's
3.8. How
closer
about we
because I price is
split the
right.
difference on those two?
Nice fish for Chris.
Good work.
All right, back to BJ.
These are so cold.
I want you to list your top
3.8, right?
5, top 3 or top 4 tips for getting ready for Memorial Weekend boating.
Okay.
And you can think about this for a second. It doesn't have to be like a snap response, but what if you're going to tell people something, Memorial Weekend boating, what are some of your tips, whether to stop in at Sportamotive to get this, to get that, or just to, in general, make sure you have this or that?
So the number one thing, I'm going to say, holiday weekend's always a lot more fun in a brand new boat.
It is.
About a quarter of the size
Shiny,
of the last
got that
one.
new boat
Yeah,
smell.
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing more exciting than that.
Agreed.
But if you don't want to do that,
1-3.
you know, make sure the thing is, you know, ready to go.
You let me start weighing those. You swing them.
You know, you don't want to be
You're gonna weigh 'em?
at
I
the
am
landing
gonna.
trying
You
to
should
start
be-
your boat for
you
the
should be
first
casting
time or
that
something
way,
like
yeah.
that.
Right.
You know, and have a dead
Yeah.
battery. You know,
You
make
can
sure
enter
the
'em,
battery's charged
or give me
up.
your phone.
Good point.
Get a set of muffs, run it in your
Yeah, they're still
driveway.
at 611. We're over
You know,
20
make sure
now.
that's ready to go, so
Told
when
you
you
this
get to the
trailer's a
lake,
deal.
you can go out and enjoy yourself instead of,
Good job, Mitchell.
you know,
You've been on a roll the last couple
having
days.
an issue at the landing and,
Yep.
you know,
Nothing is.
you're gonna plug it up, but then you're gonna feel rushed and you're gonna, you know, you're gonna be frantically trying to get something going. So
Yeah, nothing is more frustrating or stressful than being at the landing when you're trying to figure something out when there's like 8 guys saying, hey, what are you doing?
exactly.
Get out of the way.
You know, and yes, I know stuff can happen, but it just takes that chance and brings it down a little bit. You know, other thing, if you're not as seasoned as a lot of these tournament anglers as far as backing up and stuff, and you need that practice,
fish.
go to a parking lot and back up and practice, and you know, it's going to make your day on the water more enjoyable because you're not
Worked fine.
worried about that in the back of your head of, okay, I got to go back to landing and there's a whole crowd of people.
Yeah.
you know, watching me try to back up for the first time this year.
Right.
Nothing throws the vibe in the boat off more than a fight right at the ring.
Exactly.
And word of advice, take it for what it's worth from the 23-year-old. But do not, if you're going to pull straight, get all the way straight. You see so many people pull up halfway and it's still cocked, and then you got to try and fix it. You don't have enough room. Just get it all the way straight. Some of these big, long pontoon boats, it can take you a while to get straight. But once you're straight on, just throw that thing in reverse and you're good.
And you're good, yep.
1, 2, I'll enter it. You want to enter it on your phone? Or you want me to?
My phone's
I'd also
wet.
say oil.
Are you cool?
Oil.
Yeah.
You got 2-stroke.
Oil, yep.
1, 2.
Make sure you're oiled up.
If you got an Optimax, like you do,
I got 2 of them.
you save a lot of money on bulk oil.
with that,
And we
sir?
have that.
I do. As a matter of fact, when I come Tuesday, I'm bringing some empty jugs.
You gonna remember them this time?
I will. I completely forgot them last time. Yeah, and I would say, there we go. Hanson hooked up again. Other things is flares.
Flares, yep.
You know, because when you look at the system we're on right here, you know, this is federal water.
It is considered a federal waterway.
So make sure your flares are all good to go. Everything is good.
So a new thing that we have, well, we've had it for a few years now, but a lot of people don't know about it, is we do sell a electronic beacon.
Zeros.
Oh.
And it takes, I think they're C's or D batteries, and you can use that in replace of having a flare in your boat.
Really?
Yep. So it never expires as long as your batteries,
1.7.
you know, they recommend changing your batteries every year just to keep them up to date.
Yeah.
I personally do that, and I'll take the old set and throw them in the boat. You know, they still work, but just as a backup.
Right.
You know, just
Yeah.
kind of cycle them through that way. So.
Oh, that's awesome.
But that way you don't have to worry about, hey, did my flares expire this year? And then trying to find some flares, because, you know, a lot of places, if you actually go look on their shelves, chances are those flares are expired already on the shelves or
Close to
expiring.
I've gone to a few stores where you go to buy a new set of flares and you look, and typically flares are good for 3 years.
Yep.
And all of a sudden you pull it off the shelf and you're like, these expire next year.
Right.
And so pay attention to those expiration dates.
Yeah.
You know, another thing that I got that I really like is those small little portable jump starters.
Yes.
You know, so like if you have you know, sometimes it's hard to tell if a battery is good or bad, but if you have one of those portable jump starters, you bring it with you, you can, bam, fire up the engine and you know, at least get back to where you need to be.
I do have the NOCO jumper packs in stock.
Yeah.
You know, they do come with, I know all of our walleye boats, I believe they come with our bass boats as well, in the fiberglass stuff. And it's awesome. I've personally even tried it. You know, we had a boat in the shop, the battery was dead. Like, I want to see if this thing will truly start, you know, one of these big motors. I'm always skeptical until I see it for myself. And I want to know if I'm out on the water, I want to rely on that thing.
Yep.
And we put it on there, hit the button, and it fired right up.
That's amazing.
So,
Yeah, it truly is amazing. Yeah, and also, this is a great time of year, check your trailer lights.
yes.
That's a,
Trailer
you know,
lights, trailer bearings. Typically, Memorial weekend's the first time people go on a big trip.
Yeah.
Making sure that stuff is in well working order will save a lot of headaches.
Exactly.
You drive down the road this weekend and you see the trail of tears of people with their single axle trailers burned up a hub, and now their holiday weekend is certainly more tricky than it could have been if there would have been some preventative maintenance.
And it's hard too, because there's a lot of places you typically go to are going to be closed.
Right.
That's why it's important on these weekends to make sure you very proactive.
You're ready to go. Yep. And I just looked at the forecast. It doesn't look terrible for the weekend. Maybe a little bit chilly compared to past, but it doesn't look like very much wind and any rain I don't see this weekend.
Good deal.
That'll be nice.
Be a great day to take your new boat out.
Or if you're a more seasoned
Every
guy,
pound counts,
like a lot of
right?
us tournament anglers, don't want to be on the water holiday weekend because it's a madhouse. I see we got some rebates on some Polaris off-road vehicles and stuff. It's a good time to hit the trails too. A little cooler weather makes it a lot more comfortable to be riding around. And
absolutely.
This red one here that I'm seeing, this XP 1000 General, looks pretty dang sharp.
You know, I think we could make that one yours.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
23,884, huh?
Yep.
I'll have to see if I got room in the garage because that one looks pretty sporty.
You know, you don't have to worry about room in the garage. Just build a bigger garage.
Right. It's a very good point.
You know.
We got some 4-seaters in here. You can get the whole family out there, some cabs.
First time that I've seen rebates on the Ranger North Stars, which is the fully cabbed units with heat, air conditioning, GPS.
Wow.
First time I've seen rebates on those in forever. So
that's like the ultimate trail vehicle right there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You know, cold weekend, no problem. You got heat. Hot weekend, no problem. You got air conditioning.
Dry weekend, dust everywhere, no problem. You're enclosed.
Exactly. So yeah, I think $1,000 off North Stars right now too. So Razors, you know, we've got a few 2024s left. I think we got 2 of those in there yet. Those are huge rebates right now.
Don't worry, everybody that thinks I'm crazy for flipping them on spinning gear. I got 30-pound braid to 16-pound leader. We're fine. As long as my reel doesn't spin backwards like it did before, that was crazy.
Well, we've been chatting here. Hansen has gone on a serious run. Jumped out to a pretty solid little lead here. This one's going to go straight towards the bottom line for him.
1-6.
1-6 on that one for Ty Hansen. And we are at the midway point in our day right here, taking a look at that Sportomotive scoreboard with that big one. Wow. And those nice fish for Van Ertz. They are at 21-2, got themselves a real solid lead over the Teshes, who went blank in that second quarter. Warden Keene got some work to do. We saw the Lees making a big adjustment. They also put up 0 in the second quarter, but riding high on that solid first quarter there, 12-14 for those guys. Hansen and Poila, well, just Hansen putting on a show for us. This match is going to be incredible to see how it turns out. 32-12 right now for Ty Hansen over Malachi Gagnon at 26-4. Richard and Hammond been pretty quiet since that first quarter, but they got 10-15 added towards their bottom line in the guaranteed W. And Chris Fredericks put on a little show for us, 11-10. 7 even in that second quarter gives them a pretty solid gap over the Neubauers, who are sitting at 2-9. From there, we will take a short little break to have a word from our sponsors, and we will be right back with more bass catching action on Lake Winnebago.
Got him. Get the net. Ready? There we go. There we go. We'll start. Ditch pickling today.
Okay.
Yep.
Get
Coming in hot. Coming in hot. Coming in hot.
That's like
Hammer. Sheep.
Better one. Gotta get a couple more. Fishing some grass now.
Good in that mouth last year.
Like I said, Tuesday I caught him.
Let's go. Nice. That's daddy right there.
That'll work.
Woo.
Fish. There we go. Sunday.
Yeah.
Fish.
Oh, get in here. There. As long as Tyson can catch. Fish. Okay.
Oh my goodness, it's tiny. A little better.
W7's got it right. Covering girls' high school sports all the time. 100% free, 100% live. W7 for the girls.
Quinn and Tracker here from Sportamotive in Appleton.
Shopping for your next watercraft is easy as Sportamotive, your trusted partner.
With Tracker's no hassle, no haggle pricing program, you'll get your best deal this spring.
For over 40 years, Sportamotive has been your authorized Tracker boat dealer.
With our award-winning service department and winner of the Mercury CSI Award for over 14 years in a row. Sportamotive in Appleton, your authorized Nitro and Tracker boat dealer.
Oh,
I was gonna get it back.
kind of a.
So technically, is that Dock Dinkers Club right there?
Yeah, this is kind of a good visual representation of how the second quarter into the third quarter has gone here for the Teshes. Boats running into the dock. We're hung up. Things are not going so swell in the Teshes boat.
Go for it. Or do we?
Yeah, it was a much slower second period. The first period was something else, and you just wonder, you talked briefly about it, but you just wonder if it got to a point where everything was fished.
Getting to be a lot of used water at this point.
Yeah, you're just kind of recycling water.
And with this wind, it's very difficult to move around a whole bunch, and that's the thing. These channels are kind of in clusters on the lake, and can work a cluster of cuts, but with multiple boats sharing areas, it seems like things may have slowed slightly for our guys.
These fish seem to
We're
get
struggling a little
educated
bit.
really fast.
We're back in the cuts north of Oshkosh, and a lot of boats back here. This has got 3 fingers to it. There's 4 boats in here, and we're up one of the channels that another boat already has kind of fished through. We did really well in here this weekend. We were catching 15, 20, maybe 30 fish an hour. Nothing real big, 1.5 to 2.5 pounders. Today it's been slow. We're seeing water temperature about 10 degrees colder than what we were seeing on the weekend. We're actually seeing it drop during the day as we're fishing. It's a little bit warmer the further up the cuts you get, so that's kind of where we're headed, is back up a little further up this one here. Wacky rig Cinco, robo worm on the drop shot, and a G-crack bellows gill have been the 3 baits that we've been throwing. They've all worked. The pattern that we've had over the weekend is no longer existent. We're scratching our head a little bit. We're going to make some changes, make a few adjustments. We're thinking about maybe running to a different location, but it's been tough so far, but we're going to get them.
A good breakdown from Brian there. Seemed like they had a pretty solid game plan coming in, and things have fell apart a little bit. Mr. Fin Fanatic in the chat asking, is Polaris doing their fleet pricing once again on the North Stars?
I would have to check on that.
Okay.
I'm not positive.
Close,
I can,
but
I'll message him later.
Sure.
Let him know once I figure that out.
Yours?
I know there's always some stipulations as far as that goes, as far as what qualifies, and warranties are different and different programs for that. So.
Right.
Was that fish not 1 pound?
It was not. 14 ounces is what it said.
But that's another bite.
Hi Hansen has opened this gap up back over 6 pounds on Malik and Gag now, just when things were starting to get tight, but both of them seem to be slowing down a little bit as far as how fast they're catching. Saw Tyson go on that solid little run there towards the end of that second quarter and give him the gap that he's got right now, but it's been fairly quiet from on the other end with Malik and Gag now. So this is where the rubber meets the road, really. Guys gonna have to make some adjustments like we heard Brian talking about, adjust with the pressure and kind of see what we got to do to finish this deal out. Some teams sitting with some fairly comfortable leads, Frederick being one of them, and then some teams still in one at this point.
I'm just so surprised he has that all to himself.
I know. Very popular area for very good reason.
Like that one right there.
Yep.
Now my hands are so cold.
That is a nice looking fish. That one looks 3.
Yeah, close to it. Yep. Close to it for sure.
$2.7.
2.7,
Right.
2.5 pounder.
I like it. I thought that would be.
Gonna extend that gap a little further for Chris Frederick. Having to do all the work himself. Said, Ron, get on my back. Haven't been in the boat with Hammond and Van Dyce in a little while. They got one here.
What was it?
112 on that one. Not too shabby at all.
I'll deal with it later.
So along with all these solid rebates, BJ, there's a program going right now with a new boat. If you buy a boat this weekend, I heard.
Yes.
That little special type deal that you guys are doing.
Yeah, we got a special this week that Quinn mentioned yesterday at our meeting that any boat sold gets an optional hug from Quinn.
Wow.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
What about, does that include service too?
We'll throw it in on the deal.
Yes.
He's not here to argue, so.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I got mine scheduled to come in, even though it's going to be service after the weekend. Do you think he'll still honor that?
I would think he'll honor it for you. being that it was scheduled this week. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, I feel
Hopefully
better
he's
now.
at a dry spell too.
Zeros.
Well, we're gonna throw it in on ATVs, ORVs, everything
Nice.
this week.
No kidding.
You buy
pounds,
something
2
from
ounces.
us this week. We're throwing in a free hug from Quinn.
That's better than a rebate, cash off,
Exactly.
financing deal. That really beats it all.
It does.
I think I'll be down there later today.
We'll be waiting for you, buddy.
That was a 2-2 for Jeff Gagnow there.
I got
Answering back the charge of Tyson. So here's the Lees. The Lees did make that move. They went one landing south. They launched at County A. And they're headed straight for the teeth of where everyone has been.
Yeah, this has been a very popular area. This cut this time of year can be very, very good. Fish.
But
hooked up.
Apparently.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Is he a pound?
Oh,
No, he's not.
I don't think
Do we
so.
weigh big as dink?
Put him down as a dink.
It's not going to help the average for the Lees.
No.
I believe that one is going to be under that 1 pound mark.
Come on. Zeros.
I believe we saw some walleyes about that same size last week.
Oh yeah.
Biggest dink coming in at 0.9 pounds locked in.
9 ouncer.
0.9.
A little more than 2 ounces out of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's amazing how many of these fish are, in that 2 ounce range that are just shy by 2 ounces.
Right. Mitch and Dave Van Aert, we saw him catch that 414. That was huge. Almost a 5 pounder for those guys. They are the ones opposing your current #1 seed of the Teshes, and they are threatening that mark currently with a very strong total and a commanding lead at this point.
That's a pretty good one again, dude.
Oh.
Come on. Come on. Got him. Go.
Nice.
That's a good one.
Yeah, it is.
Choked it.
Solid. Nice job, Mitch.
Keeping it rolling with that black and blue vibrating jig.
What do you think, Andy? Should we go hook up the boat and go?
Tell you what, it's looking like we should. My boat's only like 8 blocks that way.
I think I'm feeling sick today.
Yeah.
Yup.
You got room to fit 3, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I like to think of that as product testing on the water.
Yeah.
You know, that's a
R&D.
good spin. That's a good spin. I don't want to jeopardize my hug from Quinn, but I would like to get out there. Product testing.
Mm-hmm.
Locked it. Ooh, not locked.
Drum roll.
Yeah. It looked like a solid one, 3 pounder.
3-3.
3-3. Yep.
3-3, Mitch.
3-2?
3.
3-3.
3-3. Another solid
Adding to
fish.
that gap.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that's fun when they're that big. I didn't realize, like,
Coming
so
at you.
close to the boat. Can you drop the talon for a minute?
Even though Mitch is throwing that vibrating jig, he's being very thorough with it. A lot of guys think of that as a cover water tool. Mitch is really dissecting these cuts with that vibrating jig. Ty Hansen, 18 fish, 32.12 in total, looking to add another to it. And once again, Tony and Jeff are staring down the barrel of having one of the highest weights of the day and ending up once again on the wrong end of the hottest team.
They got to have the second highest weight right now.
Yeah, I believe so.
Zeros.
Yeah, 1 ounce. Malik and Gagna 1 ounce over the Van Aerts currently.
1-2.
You know, at this pace, they have the potential to not win a single match, but have the heaviest weight of the season.
Yeah, and that
is crazy.
That is, and
you know,
eventually they will not run into the buzzsaw of the hottest team, but it's just a reoccurring theme from last year.
Right now, they have the heaviest weight of the season.
Yeah.
and they're gonna they're looking at an 0-2 right now.
Right.
That's just insane.
Yeah.
Drew the wrong teams at the wrong time.
Wrong times. And I know these were two events that Malik and Gagnow had circled. Little Lake and Winnebago certainly suit their style, especially this time of year. And they're still keeping it within one solid bite, right? At 33-14 right now for Hansen, 28-6 for Malik and Gagnow. Within a couple nice ones, but they're gonna have to find a way to pull ahead. They have not. Match was back and forth right there in the beginning of the first quarter, and really since Hansen went on that little run and stacked up 10 pounds over them, they haven't been able to overcome that deficit, and it's only going to get more difficult. And Ty Hansen is proving that he's not going to let up the pace much.
Mm-mm. So how late is too late to make a move?
Oh.
As we watched.
I guess it depends on your gap. Ty Hansen with another.
Oh man. He is gonna be hard to stop today at this rate.
Upper twos. Well, mid twos. Zeros.
And you know, the thing is it's not like Tony and Jeff are not catching fish. They're catching fish.
Right.
But it's like, how do you increase your catch rate
2-6.
or increase your size?
Right. 2-6 on that
Sorry
one.
for not showing them off. We already are at a disadvantage, so I need every second that I can get.
You must not be looking at the weights.
You need the net, Jimmy?
Over to John Hammond, Hunter Van Dice.
Nice job.
That was a pretty light pole to be flipping that thing with.
These two are really they're doing what they have to do here to, with the guaranteed W now over the Steffens, looking to add to that weight total. They're going to be at 1-1. They're going to avenge that loss in event one here, add to their season total, and you just do what you can in these situations to help yourself along further in the season. Two even, I believe, for those guys.
Where'd my bags go? I just need my jig trailer one.
This has been, without a doubt, living up to the expectations. We figured this was going to be a duel in the cuts. It's exactly what it has turned out to be, and the weights are showing.
Yeah, and
even under these adverse conditions.
They're catching them a lot better than I thought they were going to. This lake traditionally does not handle big changes well the next day. You know, it's like you get out there the next day and it's like, ugh.
Fish have lockjaw.
Yeah.
They don't open their mouth for nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, it can just get brutal. And especially when you have new
fish.
cold water and mud.
Yeah.
He's coming
Or
right at
dirty
you.
water. It's like, ugh.
And as
still go a pound.
brutal as this morning has been weather-wise, I think we're, to that same point, better off than if we were fishing tomorrow, because that post-frontal stuff out here is just, you get those
that
high
back end will
bluebird
spin around.
skies, calm.
Zeros.
Jeff catching another fish.
They need it.
One
They
pound.
need to put
Oh,
that
good.
gap, shorten that gap.
1 pound, 2 ounces.
1-2 on that one. Every little
Hey.
bit helps.
You know, and I always
Take
thought
it.
the fish didn't bite in the ring because they didn't want to get wet.
That's
Yeah,
right.
right?
You know, they're kind of proving us wrong here.
Well, they do that.
Uh-oh.
What?
Sign in. Okay.
Your stuff is saved.
Yeah,
so.
we're good.
I thought he saw Tyson's weight.
I did too.
Uh-oh.
He's going to have 2 uh-ohs.
Yeah.
Yeah, you think you're doing well until you look, and you're going against the guy that's leading it right now. the
Yeah,
whole
just
thing.
crushing them. John Hammond's on a little bit of a run
Are you
here.
throwing that on a light? Oh my God! Jimmy! All right.
A double!
Double. Nice.
Giants.
Every time I hear John Hammond, I always think of Jurassic Park.
Boy, that looks wet in that boat. Very damp.
Moist.
Yeah. I don't even know if that's a rain jacket that John's got on. It looks to be absorbing. Looks wet. And I know the hood on that sweater.
Oh, look at that!
What is going on here? John had just released that one.
Sorry.
He had to throw him the second one
Yep.
and catch the third one.
That ain't a pounder, right?
Check that thing.
Yeah. The way things have been going today.
Oh, I hope that made the live cut.
It's called multitasking, I believe. Those two were a 1.7 and a 1.5. I believe.
I thought of another tip. Check the air pressure in your tires.
That's a good one.
Yeah. And make sure the spare also has
Yes.
air in
Nothing
it.
worse than blowing over the tires and then put your spare on. That one's flat too.
Yeah.
And this is first-hand experience. Make sure the jack you have can actually lift the trailer high enough, because a lot of times the jacks you have for your vehicle don't lift high enough. And you have to bring things like 2x4s into the equation.
Gotcha. You just know a guy that had that happen.
I know a guy.
Yeah.
I know a
Yeah,
guy.
yeah.
It's pretty painful.
0.
Having a good rope and knowing where it's at in your boat can save you a lot of hassle too. If you end up in a situation where you broke down, there is nothing worse than realizing that you don't have a rope. Ask me how I know.
And there has been a few times that we've proven that
2, 1.
an anchor is still
Got it, Mitch?
a vital
2, 1.
piece of equipment.
Correct.
It can be.
Because you sit there and think, you're like, I have all these batteries in my boat, I'll be good.
Until they're dead.
Until you
dead.
have that one experience, whether it's fuses. Make sure you have fuses, right? Something electrical happens that shuts everything down. That old-fashioned anchor is a pretty good thing to have.
So do you just anchor and wait for somebody to come by, or do you toss it out and pull yourself all the way back to shore?
Depends how desperate I am.
Depends if you have any friends that day.
Yeah.
Get the net.
Yep.
There's a tub.
There we go.
Boom.
Matt and Logan looking to they've taken a little gap out of the Lee's opening lead that they
There we
put
go,
on.
boys.
So far, we haven't seen much for action out of the Lees since they made that adjustment, and Ward and Keene are staying steady to their game plan.
Ditch pickling it up today.
It'd be interesting if the Lees knew how many people were in them cuts, if they would have made that move or they would have tried a different move.
I was really thinking that they were going to make a move towards the smallmouth variety. When I saw them trailer, and I thought maybe they saw something in the forecast, in the wind, saw something in their largemouth area that made them think that maybe some of their smallmouth stuff could go, but they are right back in the cuts with everybody else.
Looks a lot nicer in there than on the main lake right now.
Yeah.
It does. The cuts are like a shelter, a safety.
Two even for Matt Ward on that one.
Look at that. It's all spawned out. Guess that wasn't rock I was bumping, that was a fish. Where'd it go?
Come on. I'm gonna put the
Fish.
poles down so we don't
Yep.
drift.
And the fish.
This battle. Oh, this is just a battle.
Little Nico-rama.
Ooh.
All right.
Oh, Tyler, caught another one for you on a little pink worm.
Jeff said he was going to put on a show for us with that deal.
All right, well, I'm just gonna cash
2 pounds,
this
1 ounce.
2-1 on that one.
How much?
2-1.
Nice.
Come on, cold dome.
Keeping them at third and manageable. And every time we see a catch from Tony and Jeff, we go straight to Ty Hansen. Looking to add to that lead. There it is, hooked up. Oh, another one of those solid ones like he's been catching. Wow.
Hard to catch the guy in front of you when he answers to every fish.
Every single fish, yeah.
Yeah.
Zeros.
One eight.
1-8 on that one for Ty. So they, in that exchange, a 2-1 for Jeff Gagnow, a 1-8 for Ty Hansen. Gained a little bit back, not much.
These guys are going to have to put their phones in the dryer when they get back.
Yeah.
Bucket of rice.
Yeah.
Where'd he go?
Go straight over to Tony and Jeff.
There we go.
Got him.
We should be going back to Hanson.
Yeah, I'm guessing the next.
This
is unreal.
All of a sudden went up like 3 times, I think.
On the wacky worm.
The old Cinco.
Sideways worm has been putting in work for these two.
All right.
And really everybody.
Zeros. Calm your body. $114.
114 on that one.
All right. Well, studio people, there should be a 2-1 and a 114.
Copy.
I'm sure they can get that fixed.
Well,
record new catch.
I'm fishing because it recorded just too many times.
Yeah.
That it did.
I think it went up.
Tony with that 114. Oh my gosh, it just feels like a match that's going to come down to the last half an hour. Who can keep it going through the entire deal? Now we slide back over to the Lees, who have had their lead shrunk. She's hooked up.
Don't do that.
I think that one will go for him.
Good one. All right, chill, buddy, chill. There you go. Oh, look at
Shot
that.
of the hook
See how
in the
that
mouth.
egg's out of here? Must be spawning. Top of the mouth.
Hurry up before you lose some weight.
Yeah.
That was pretty far off from that dock, Dad. Zero.
Pretty far off from the dock?
110. Oh, come on, lock in. 111. Locked. 111 locked. Let me get a couple more pitches on that side.
111 on that one. Fires back to the 2 even that we just saw Matt Ward put in the boat.
Yeah, right here is good.
Matchup between the Lees and Warden Keene's a little lower scoring than I thought it was going to be, but just as tight as we figured it would be coming down the stretch here with about an hour and a half remaining.
I'm not sure if Warden Keene
They're catching up.
at all.
You gotta
to a
win this
different
thing.
area. I mean, they're
Go in there
still.
and I got a jig.
You don't got the same jig.
I got a jig for you.
You got one
Similar.
similar. It ain't
Yeah,
the same.
but I got confidence in it. That's
I have
all
a
that matters.
similar jig on also.
Not the same.
Yeah, there we go.
That a boy.
Hey, Logan Keene
Keep
coming
going.
to join
I
the
got
party.
Well, I'm netting it. We can't chance anything, dude. I don't care. It's not like we're getting bit a lot.
Oh, hey!
That's a nicer one.
No, Matt, actually I am going to boat flip this one.
Thump pumping them.
Oh my God, that's great. You want them in the
Attaboy, I
net?
knew
Here.
you had it in you.
No, save your net. I got it.
I had it all the way to the boat.
It's getting a
You
little
know,
worried.
Logan's not as much of a fan of the net as Matt is.
Yes.
And it's hilarious to watch these two.
Matt almost is calling for the net before he sets the hook. Logan,
Put that one in the bushes.
not the same. Says we don't need that.
I mean, Logan's not as bad as Lee,
Right.
but it's
Got him.
funny.
We got a double.
114.
114 on that one.
You gonna flip them?
Oh, net him. I'm gonna make you work, kid.
Boy, those 2 fish are going to bring this one
These
tight.
are not stealing our lunch money today, boys.
Tight.
Let's do it.
Thanks.
114 from Logan.
I think it was last week during the walleye event that guys were calling
Yeah.
for the net before they even hooked
Yeah.
Zeros.
Yep.
These fish are all pulling out.
That's what the deal is.
Come on, where you at?
114 for Logan.
A little rocky.
And
What do you got?
I got 1.8.
a 1.8 for Matt Ward.
Get back in.
Oh,
So all these fish, they spawned
They're
already,
within
and they're
a-
coming out here
within a 1
to
pounder.
feed. They're all post-spawn fish.
We're back 12 ounces.
Wow.
There we go.
Nope. And Ty Hansen's hooked up. You look at that average though, 112 average, 21 fish so far in 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Zeros.
That's catching them.
That is.
That is catching them.
That is a fun day on the water.
Another one in that, yep, pound and a quarter, pound and a half range.
One five.
1.5 locked in.
You know how else you can have a good time on the water?
On a new boat.
On your new
On
pontoon.
a new
With a
pontoon.
fresh hug.
With a fresh hog from Quinn.
That's right.
You know, up to $1,000 rebates right now on pontoons. Never seen that happen before.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Now is the time if you are in the market. I also saw in the used inventory that there is a beautiful decked boat. That is
That one I just
Good
sold,
fish.
actually.
Really?
I did.
not
Did they get a hug?
surprised.
They did not get a hug.
Is it too late for them to come back for a hug?
Well, they haven't picked it up yet. so
Fought
you
like
never
a
know.
good fish.
Oh, he's still a good fish.
There we go.
But we do
Hansen
have a
catches
nice,
one. These guys catch one.
that Bass Tracker Classic.
See that there? 23 hours on that thing, huh?
3 hours looks like brand
He's
new.
definitely
Wow.
got it. That's for sure. Down in his gullet.
2021 with 23 hours on it. That is
You know, that's gonna save you going to that boat over a new one. I want to say it's about $5-6 grand difference.
yeah. 13,999 on that one. Solid.
Qualifies for a free hug.
Yes.
And turn it out. There we go.
What about accessories? Are those huggable?
Anything is huggable, negotiable.
Negotiable. Yeah.
Do the
Is it a price range or a feel?
Go.
We'll just have to feel you out for that one.
All right.
Put it in there.
All right.
And turn. There we go. That is how you,
You know,
get
if it makes a deal go,
wacky rig.
Mean
out
what
of
the
a
heck.
fish.
Yeah.
right?
Through the gill plate.
If a hug from Quinn is going to make it
zeros.
happen, he's going to be hugging.
That's right.
I hear he gives pretty good hugs.
Calm down.
I don't know that for sure.
I heard it from Mike. Actually.
1 pound, 9 ounces.
That could be.
1.9 on that one for Tony.
Now maybe we could throw Mike in there, you know, for the service hugs.
Right.
There we go. Boy, I'd be stacking those things up recently.
35 even to 39-1. 1 4-pounder for Tony and Jeff draws this thing back to even.
The Lees did that earlier today. They're,
Yep.
Here, we'll just catch this 4-1 and take the lead.
Over to the Teshes, who have been quiet. And they have a gap to make up. Ben's hooked up. Nick Van Aert in the chat, I'm assuming some relation. He goes, every year when the bass spawn, we are changing the company name to Nick Van Aert Remodeling from Dave Van Aert Remodeling. He said, how come I'm always working and they're always fishing? It's not fair.
Oh, that's great.
Zeros?
I bet you Dave doesn't even care.
Nope.
Sounds like he needs a boat.
Yeah. $111 on that one for Ben Tesh. Every little bit helps when they're in this kind of position. That number 1 seed that they're holding on to after the first event is certainly threatened at this point. More than likely by this guy who's up to almost 40 pounds on the day. Ty Hansen is putting on an impressive performance all by himself.
Well, this one might put him over 40 pounds for the day.
Yeah.
And it definitely will put him over 40
It will most certainly do that.
That's impressive.
Stop. Stop.
Looks like a baby bass, Max Scent General. He is in John Cox's old boat and throwing John Cox stuff.
Zeros.
$110.
110.
Wow.
You got an award for the most consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Can you say cookie cutter?
How big was that?
From one half of last year's number 1 seed to the
They're
other.
still at 6.
Mitch Van Aert and Dave Van Aert are also putting on a strong showing here. At 414, their big
Like, they
fish.
aren't
That was
catching.
awesome. 14 total
We
fish
know where
caught.
they're at, you know.
Riding that 114 average.
Just gotta keep
Getting at about an 18-pound lead over the Teshes currently.
I will take another one of these trailers.
Got you.
Right after I finish this.
Here, you can
Right
weigh this one
on
while you're
cue.
doing that.
Thanks, buddy. Trade you.
Here, give me
Yeah.
a trailer, you take my fish.
I'll trade you.
No, that's a fishing
Mitch
partner.
doing
Yeah.
Mitch thing
Yeah, right.
right there. Little smarty. Zeros.
I'm gonna get the 40.
All right, go ahead. $1.9.
1.9 on that one.
Let me enter that before you cast. 1.9.
1.9.
Keeps that scoreboard moving, as Nick Schertz likes
We
to
got
say.
27.15. They got 8.6.
27.15 is a very strong total.
Yeah, it is. It's a pretty big lead.
But this boat right here would have a strong lead over the Van Aerts if that was who they were facing, but they currently sit 5'11" down to Hansen and Poila, looking to cut into that gap a little bit with this one.
Oh,
get in there! Off the rim and in.
Are those up tight or are they out?
Well, after
They're
this, probably 4
pretty
pounds.
uptight. I'm pitching it right up against the wall, and I'm literally just letting it sit. Okay.
So just out of curiosity, you're gonna have a place to
Like, I'm
go
not working
work
in
to
it at all,
after this?
and it
Well,
working.
The free hog thing
Zeros.
must be working. I just got an email. Guy just bought a boat.
Oh, perfect.
Wow, that's fantastic.
You know, so it's got to be working.
Yeah.
I don't see how it couldn't.
I can see
1.5.
potential for this deal to be ran longer than the holiday weekend. If Quinn's in for it, if
One
it's
pound,
working.
5
You know, if it's
right?
working, you know, we'll see what happens.
Right.
Tell you what.
Maybe, maybe not. It was the hug thing. I don't know.
Oh, it was.
I
I
think
would
it was.
reply
you know,
saying we are working on
The
it.
only thing different is you added the hug and boom, sold the boat.
Just like that. I mean, the guy just emailed me, said, hey, you know what? We're doing it. I sent him my finance app.
Done. Done.
You know, it had to be the hug.
It was. Absolutely a hug.
Glenn better get warmed up. Start doing the stretches.
Yeah. Wouldn't want to pull a hug muscle. Ty's got one.
Bitty dude.
Imagine that.
Oh, he's gonna be close too.
That one is going to be close.
It's always right when I go to pull up my dang power poles. I don't think he's gonna go. Zeros?
Oh, yeah, he will.
Oh, it tipped the
1
other
pound
way
even.
for him.
One even.
I thought it was going to be 2 ounces short.
I did too. I'm willing to venture that Ty Hansen's going to be over the 50-pound mark by the end of this deal.
He's certainly on pace.
And if he can hold off and get the victory in this deal, it'd be crazy to see someone lose with
That's close
50
to a
pounds.
pound,
But
man. I don't know.
it's not out of the question at all with the way these two teams are on pace. But if he can, I think the Lee's got a fish here.
He's dead. Can't hit you. What? Nothing.
They do.
They do. There it is.
What's that?
Don't show again. I need later.
It was like magic.
Zeros. Yep. Come on, one even, one even. It's one.
They used their Winnebago wizardry and just coaxed him up out of there.
1-7.
1-7 on that one. Just when Ward and Keene were drawing within striking distance, the Lees strike back.
This one's no good.
Back over to the Van Erts. They have been slow and steady all day long. Some really nice fish out of this boat. That 414, some couple 3-pounders. Oh, and Mitch is hooked up again. That water did get dirty where they're at. A lot of guys in that walleye event last week were talking about how crazy clear it was, being able to see the bottom of 6 to 8 feet of water. That has changed, I'm willing to bet.
Little rain does that.
A little rain and some wind.
Zeros? Maybe you're right. Maybe that smallmouth I caught last event was a 1-pounder.
I think it was.
This one's 1-6. Hold on. Yeah, I think you're right. 1-7.
1-7 on that one.
1-7.
1-7. Look at him.
Mr. MVE.
You got that cloth in there? I gotta dry my hands off. Oh, well, it's working. The game plan, just bury in, keep casting. We're putting some weight up there. I don't know what the other guys are doing, but our competitors, was that a 1-7 you said?
1-7.
Our competitors are in the next cut down and they only got 8-6. So definitely doing the right thing, I think, in here. Just gonna keep covering water and hopefully we can.
Where are we in weight?
So we got 29.6, they got 8.6. So we got over a 20-pound lead now.
See, that's very interesting.
I'm throwing
You
a
heard him.
3/8 ounce chatterbait. In the trailer I got, it keeps it up in the water column and I can reel it about half the speed as a normal trailer. And I'm a believer that it really works this time of year, especially when the bite's a little tougher because it keeps it in the strike zone a little longer. I'll show you guys that. Call it crazy flapper.
Kitech.
Exposing the juice, but
yeah.
I'm a big believer in that. And then, you know, I'm not making long casts here. If you guys, I mean, obviously you guys can see that. I'm just more so flipping. And that also allows me to slow it down even more. And then if I get somewhere where I think there's going to be a fish sitting, I'll even slow it down even a little more. So.
Great breakdown by Mitch Van Aert. And honestly, I think that gap that you're seeing between them and the Teshes is purely a technique thing. We've seen Mitch put work in with this vibrating jig, and with the changing conditions, this dirty water, chances are it's pretty fresh here.
Yeah.
Teshes talked about practicing this past weekend. Chances are the water was a little cleaner. That's when the finesse tactics, the wacky worm, the drop shot, the bellows gill are great options. When that dirty water comes around, I think the biggest difference right now is the ability for Mitch and his dad to call fish from a distance. Throwing that vibrating jig, obviously got the vibration to attract them, but also that black and blue color higher in the water column. Those fish come up and grab it.
Yep. Well, I think you're spot on, because when you look at the general rules for when water gets dirty, cold dirty water, they get tighter to cover. Their strike zone kind of shrinks.
Yep.
And so he's making these louder presentations to make it easier for them to find. And he's making the same precision cast as he would have if he's flipping.
Right.
So your spot, everything you just said is so spot on. You just heard him. We're fishing. He's just one cut over, same area, same fish, same condition, same everything. The difference, technique.
Technique. Micro adjustments. I talked about it on the sports couch yesterday. Those are the kind of, and you're seeing it right now, the tail of the tape, 8.6 to 29.6. One small bait change is sometimes all it can take. We've learned with the forward-facing sonar that fish have a tendency to like to feed up, right? So if you're doing bottom presentations, you kind of got to land it on his head in order for him to even know that it's there, whereas Mitch is working that bait, like he said, high in the water column.
Right.
A lot of times when it's raining, especially under these colder conditions, those fish have a tendency to rise, get closer to the surface. They feel like they're a little more in tune with their environment, I think, and that's where we've seen guys do really well on a swim jig today. That vibrating jig has been very good for some of our guys, and guys who are focusing mostly on bottom presentations, the Teshes, Frederick. Really, I mean, shouldn't say that. Hanson's been flipping a Texas rig, and he's looked automatic with that deal, but we also don't see that crazy dirty water where Hanson's at. It looks much more like typical Winnebago cut water.
The area that he's in looks different.
Yes. And I can't, given the surroundings, I can't pinpoint exactly where Tyson's at, but I think I have a pretty good idea, and I think he's all alone in that area. And it's going to pay dividends in the end. That was another 1-pounder we saw there a few seconds ago with John Hammond and Hunter Van Dice, adding to their total. Kind of got a lucky break on this one, and Riley Richard and John Hammond spend a pretty good bit of time where we're headed to next on Little Sturgeon, and they're sitting in a pretty good spot here with the momentum that they're going to be able to gather after that Event 1 loss, getting the gimme here and adding to that season total weight. So you get a very good idea of just how slow the Teshes are working here. Certainly trying to land it on them.
The other thing that bladed jig does is that's a great reaction strike.
Yeah.
Where when you're finessing them, it's much more subtle. You don't get, you still can get reaction strikes, but I don't think it's as good as the bladed jig. Bladed jig is just loud. It's there. It's,
And 4. Had another 1-9 come through for John Hammond. bumps their total on the day up to 21-14. They're having themselves a solid day as well. Feel like even if they had an opponent in this match, they'd be right in it. Right in it with a lot of our other teams. Over to Mitch Dave Vanner once again. Just gave that great breakdown on that bladed jig bite that they're doing. See just how slow.
Precision cast.
Yeah.
He did right to that piling.
They're not really on the rock.
He's right there.
There is one right there.
Yeah, not bad. Oh, no, I'm not. I could swing them, but I'll let you know.
Got him?
Yeah.
Nice.
When in doubt, net it out.
Yep. And just like we saw in event 1 from these two, slow and steady.
Nice job, dude.
Never too high, never too low. Pretty rock solid. This is going to be a team that's going to be in it down the stretch in this deal, I got a feeling.
You know, not only have they improved their catches, Dave hasn't even tossed the fish overboard above the gunnel.
Correct. Has not made that mistake.
Right off the bank.
Improvements.
Yeah,
Improvements.
improvements. That's what you call a step in the right direction.
That's right.
Old dog, new trick.
Oh, I don't want to add that fish. I don't want to add him. Oh, he locked. He locked at 113. Yep.
Hey, a 113 on that one.
He's off. Clear it.
Double
Zeros.
checking, making
Double
sure
check.
that everything was good with the scale.
$113.
113 on that one, you bet.
Well, I'll probably be heading back to the store here shortly.
113.
So, you know,
Tell Quinn to warm up them hugs.
I was going to say, the hug dispenser is about to be rolling, huh?
that's right.
Yeah.
With that, as BJ says he's heading her out for the day, it's been great having you in the studio. We'll take a look at that Sportomotive scoreboard here. We got the Vannerts with a solid gap. Some strong periods. 31-3 is their total over 8-6. After a strong first quarter for the Teshes, it's been very, very quiet. We saw the Lees make a big move. They're up to 16 even. Still got a little gap over Warden Keene. Still a dogfight in the Hansen versus Malika Gagnow matchup. Hansen sitting at 41-11. Malika Gagnow hanging in there, 36-5. That one's going to come down to this final hour, I got a feeling. John Hammond and Hunter Van Dice have put on a solid showing today. 10-15 in the first quarter, 10-15 in the third. Got them 21-14 on the day. And Frederick and Twardowski, just Chris today, 14-1 in the boat to 2-9 for the Neubauers, sitting in the driver's seat in that match pretty solidly. We got some great makings for some fourth quarter action here. You guys better stick with us, but until then, we have a short message from our partners with Head2Head Fishing. Thank you guys for watching and sticking around.
W7's got it right, covering girls' high school sports all the time. 100% free, 100% live. W7 for the girls.
Quinn and Tracker here from Sportomotive in Appleton.
Shopping for your next watercraft is easy as Sportomotive, your trusted partner.
With Tracker's no hassle, no haggle pricing program, you'll get your best deal this spring.
For over 40 years, Sportomotive has been your authorized Tracker boat dealer.
With our award-winning service department and winner of the Mercury CSI Award for over 14 years in a row. Sportamotive in Appleton, your authorized nitro and tracker boat dealer.
All right.
Huh?
Live. What? Avoiding this place or what?
What?
You avoiding this place?
No.
Oh. Maybe it was this place. It was this place.
Huh?
It was this place where that guy was and his dog and his wife.
Let's just milk it back here.
Yep.
Warm swatter. That's where they're at. Zeros.
Ben and Brian gonna need more where that came from.
113.
$113 on that one.
That bite was so weird.
With that one, they are within 21 pounds of the Van Erts, which sounds like a lot, and it is. But if they can go on a hot streak like this, we've seen 20-pound fourth quarters before.
Put the poles down. Zeros? 1-2.
1-2 on that one.
He's blind in one eye.
Nope.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm all twisted up somewhere.
Oh.
That's
I don't know why I
big
can't let no line
crawler,
out.
John.
Is a post spawner if I ever seen one.
Huh. I thought he was a weed.
They really accomplished the mission today of putting some weight on the
Yeah,
board for
they-
the overall season.
Absolutely have.
Ah.
Solid one for those guys. 3-1 on that fish. Just like Andy said, they have done their job today, adding to that total weight.
What was he? 3-1.
You know, going in today for these guys, it had to be, you know, you relieve the pressure of you already got the win.
Right.
So you can kind of fish a little bit more free. But kudos to them.
No,
Going
he
in
was
there,
in a
getting
clear
it
spot
done.
under the dock. I thought he was a weed. I was just dragging him out or whatever, and then all of a sudden I seen him swirl at the top. I'm like, oh wait a minute, he's got my jig.
Another nice one. Where did that one come from?
Yeah, that one he got. Yeah, there was no question about that one.
Found themselves a little honey hole.
They did. That is going to add quite nicely to the bottom line. Absolutely. 211 on that one.
There we go.
I was gonna say, we haven't heard out of.
Be a big one.
We haven't heard out of Tyson in at least 10 minutes.
Maybe. I think some of the other ones were.
It's like another solid fish for him.
Yeah.
There we go. Decent fish. Zeros.
If Ty can keep this rolling through the fourth quarter, I think that he's going to be very, very tough to be passed. Especially with fish like that one.
114. I need to put some more weight on. I need to separate.
Has not been able to do that just yet. back to about a 6-pound gap. Still 2 3-pounders like we just saw from Hammond and Van Dice. Can be done quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I tell you what, this strong day from Ty Hansen is doing him a lot of favors in the NBA. Most valuable angler. He is stacking up the weight and the fish catches right now.
Yeah, he is. He's having himself a time. That
Van Aert's adding another one.
Black and blue, vibrating
You
jig.
can pluck them out of the water without me hearing you.
He gave a great breakdown of his setup before.
Yeah.
Actually, make sure we see 0, 0.
Biting so light.
$110.
110 on that one?
110.
Okay.
Solid day for the Van Aerts.
They're just not biting very good. Getting them though.
Kind of looking to me like there is a chance that
Just turn around.
at Little Sturgeon we could be watching.
You didn't even hear it, did you?
Serious
I hear nothing. I just turned
total
around.
weight showdowns across the entire leaderboard as these guys kind of stack stuff up here. Right now, the Van Aert's sitting at that number 4 seed, but with a commanding lead over our current number 1 seed, things are going to be shuffling after this one.
Yep.
Back with Ty Hansen, 43.9, 25 fish caught.
26.
26.
He's running with it.
Also important to note that the lees are on the trailer again. I think this may be the only time that we've seen someone put the boat on the trailer twice in a match. Not sure what they are thinking, but they still have a slim lead in that matchup.
You know, if you think about, you know, throwing her back on the trailer and moving around, on a day like today, it is such a huge advantage to be able to do that as opposed to trying to run.
Yeah. Yeah, no, trust me, his cameraman really appreciates it, that he does not have to ride on that rough lake. First look at Grant and Dale Neubauer in a little while. Tough day so far for these guys. 2 fish total. Looking to add another one.
Good one, or? Decent. Possibly.
You know, they've really stayed way north.
Yeah. When Quinn was in here, we saw him kind of playing around in the waves a little bit. That sure didn't last long.
At least I didn't zero yet today, huh?
One on the old spinnerbait. First time we've seen that.
You know, the issue with up here is there's definitely quality fish up here.
Oh yeah, it's bigger than mine.
You just
no, it's been away though.
I don't feel there's numbers.
Right.
Remember,
you know,
release
it's like
below the gunnel.
yeah, you can catch a couple here and there. It's challenging to put the numbers in.
Can be very temperamental too.
Yeah, absolutely. So
consistent.
So dependent on current. So dependent on clarity. And the other disadvantage, a lot of idling with the slow no wake.
Yes.
Hey, look at the lips on this thing. I gotta show you that.
It's like making a move between Big Lake Butamore and Lake Winnebago.
Right.
Going through that section of Oshkosh, it's like, oh, damn.
Yeah.
1-1.
1-1 on that one. Wasn't even sure if it was going to score, but there it is.
The lips of this thing.
Oh, yeah.
Black.
How about that?
See that?
You're getting close to
Grant,
Little
look at
Butamore up there. You see a lot of them on Little
Lips
Butamore,
of-
like
I know,
I've seen that. Isn't that
padded
cool?
up
Show
like
the
that.
camera.
Now, do I got to put this in my phone?
Yeah, but did you release it down below the gun?
No, not yet.
Okay, show him.
Yeah, I showed him. Oh, the black. I haven't seen one like that ever.
What do you weigh?
1-1.
Nice job.
I'm a little surprised that Chris hasn't had a better day being solo in all those cuts.
As am I. Jumps their total up to 310. Still a pretty sizable deficit.
Mm-hmm.
Over to Hunter Van Dyce and John Hammond Jr. Ooh. There's a good hook set. Get him out of there. Yeah.
Thanks, buddy.
Hunter Van Dyke showing out as the sub.
That was an absolute tragedy of a hook set. Oh my God. Like, that was almost embarrassing.
2 even on that one. Look at all the green grass growing up in there. Wow. Jump over to Chris Frederick. Solid day, 7 fish, big fish, 3-pounder, 14-1 on the day. Nothing crazy, but seeming to be plenty enough to get the job done here, at least thus far in this match.
Chris's hands seem cold.
Cold.
Idle around where we caught fish and stuff.
Gonna make a little move. And so are we. Jump back in the boat with Ty Hansen. Currently about a 9-pound cushion. A little less than a 9-pound cushion over Malik and Gagnow, looking to make it 10.
Pounder.
Zeros. One 5.
1-5 on that one.
I think after today, he's going to let Kyle back in the boat.
I don't know. I'm sure Kyle is cheering from afar.
Kyle, back me in.
Yeah, exactly. I got it. put the team on my back. John Hammond hooked up. In the boat with another.
They have quietly put a lot of weight on the board.
They have
quietly
very well for themselves today.
You know, if Matt was here, able to fish, he'd have himself a very tough day to try and best what these guys are doing.
Without a doubt. A 110 on that one. A welcome addition to the bottom line. As time is winding down, about 35 minutes left in this Bass League event number 2. Both of the first 2 Bass League events here have been living up to the hype. The guys have caught them. Ben and Brian Tesh, at this point, down a little over 20 pounds, hooked up. That one's going to help the cause.
Absolutely.
It needs to be faster if they want to make up this deficit.
And you know, they're really fishing for a couple of things. You know, one, they're obviously still trying to win this match, which is it's doable. It's tough, but it's doable.
All mountain.
But that total weight for the season.
Yeah.
It's so important to keep fishing because of that.
Absolutely it is. And they did a great job in that first event stacking up weight.
Yep. Any weight they can add is just going to help that out.
Yes. $1.7 on that one. Now over to Malika and Gagnow.
Fish.
10 pounds down, looking to take a gap out of that. And if they want to make a comeback in this match, this next half hour is going to be so critical for them.
Yep.
Gotta feel like it's do or die time. And in event number 1, we saw them kind of slack off towards the tail end of the match. And really, it was what ended up being their downfall. And this one, they have to have a big fourth quarter if they want a chance at a comeback here.
Last catch was entered.
You know, it's hard with the way that they're fishing. It's hard to speed up the pace.
Right.
Because when you start speeding up, now you're not catching the fish.
Right.
With the way that they're catching them.
Yep.
6 ounces.
So it's very
He's at
frustrating mentally
but they still don't have us at 39.1. I'm so confused.
It's so frustrating mentally to try and keep your head in it and keep going. This is where if you could get a couple of 4-pounders.
Oh, it'd be huge.
Yeah.
And honestly, as this time wears down, maybe you have to think about trying to up your pace, pick up moving baits, try and just cover some more water, because you're going to need biters.
Right.
And just like that, Kai Hansen's hooked up. Once again, this one looks like a good one too.
There we go.
You bet.
There we go.
That one's got shoulders.
Wow.
Oh,
That's why you always pitch back right to where you get bit. Nice. That's a chunk.
yeah, it is.
It's a dang chunk.
Yeah, it is.
Pretty. Dark colors. Zeros. 3-pounder today? First one? Maybe? High twos probably though. Yeah, high twos. 212.
Nice fish.
Now, I don't know
Nice
how many of
fish.
them I'm going to catch today, but that's the biggest one, so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Picture. Pretty fish.
Oh,
Would not mind a few more like that.
puts that gap right back on him. I mean, you really feel like if Tony and Jeff want to make a comeback in this deal, they're going to need 20 pounds in the next 30 minutes.
Okay.
Ooh! Then Tesh with a big hook set. Gonna be another one something towards the total.
Zeros. One four.
£1.25 on that one. Making a little charge here at the end. Van Herts have slacked up a little bit. Hunter Van Dyce is hooked up.
He drilled that. Yeah. I'm gonna need them pliers. Nope, them are snap ring pliers.
31.4 on the day is
Oh, I
a
got it.
strong total.
That is excellent.
How about a 114 on that one? We have seen some very popular areas today show out for some of our guys.
Absolutely.
Oh no! Yeah.
No.
Ah.
Just say it was a northern. You know, what a great lesson of what do you do when the wind is blowing 30 miles an hour out of the northeast on Bago? Go to the cuts.
That was
You
just
can
a straight up
still have
swinging
a
mess.
great day of catching. Jump in with Chris Frederick here. 8 fish, 15.4 is his total on the day. Grant and Dale would have to catch that 5 times over.
Oh!
There's another solid one.
Remember when I couldn't cast in her earlier? Got in there this time. My hands are so soft, I'm so scared I'm gonna get ripped open.
Well, he does have those banker hands.
Easy on the moisturizer.
Pounder,
That's
more,
right.
2 pounder. 2.5, 2.5.
2.5 on that one.
You ought to replace the moisturizer with some sandpaper.
That's right. Chris is doing some favors towards his season total as well. One of the lower totals of the day, but gonna avenge that loss that he took to the Lees in event number 1, more than likely here. Went out and did his job for sure.
Take me longer to put the life jacket on and have you sit down, and then we're right here. We're good. We're good.
Ty Hansen, 49.2 on the day.
I'm not worried about it too much.
Malik and Gag.
That is
I'm gonna go in
about
a few
11
docks here. I'm
pounds
gonna pick up
back.
that Senko, and it's gonna get put underneath everything the rest of the way. So.
Impressive day for
Very
Tyson.
impressive performance for Tyson. I believe if everything holds, looking at total weights and everything, you are
Gloves are a little
looking
wet.
at the new #1 seed right here. Right back where he was at the beginning of last season.
These merino wool, awesome. They're fantastic. Even when they're soaking wet, they're still warm. It's crazy. I said I was gonna switch gloves, but I've been too busy catching them to worry about it. So I got 3 pairs in there. 3 more pairs of gloves in there. I haven't changed them once. Just wanted to get back in there immediately. Okay.
$23 minutes remaining. Still a few runaway matches and a couple matches within striking distance.
I left them in here 2 hours ago. I know I didn't get everyone to bite, so assuming we can pick up a couple more.
That Senko is like going through with the
I'm
vacuum
interested
cleaner,
to see
picking up
who's
the
over in
crumbs.
those other cuts, because I watched that
Got
boat
that
come
right.
in. I wonder how they're doing, because that was the other option. It's a little far away though. I know they're in there, and I know there's fish in here.
Fish.
Jeff's hooked up.
Not a big one.
Maybe a pound. Might be our first dink of the year.
I think that one's gonna go. I don't know though. They've been weighing heavy today.
Look what he switched to.
Yep.
Chatterbait. Was he throwing that before?
In the morning, earlier today, they'd kind of started with that a little bit and then
Smell like someone's grilling out to you.
seemed to switch to
10 ounces.
bottom
10
baits.
ounces. We got our first dink of the year. There's a tiebreaker.
10 ounces on that one.
We got too much crap in this boat.
Amen, brother.
We're definitely a little less organized than normal.
Oh, they need some fish, and they need them quick if they want back. And you feel for them, because this is looking like the second match in a row where, unfortunately, they ran into the hottest team here.
Does not make any sense.
While they had the second heaviest weight.
Yeah.
Because I don't think the Van Aerts have caught up quite up to them yet.
I don't
They're like
think so
low
either.
30s. But yeah, it's crazy. They get everyone's best.
Yeah. The Lees have made another move once again, like we were talking about. Sit with a little over a 2-pound lead over Warden Keene, who have also gone quiet. This is our other match, very much within reach.
Fish.
She's hooked up.
Smallie. Get him in the boat.
Rare smallmouth
for the
today.
Lees, yeah.
Chunky, he might go on. He should go on.
Boy, I tell you, the Lees left a lot of room for opportunity for Warden Keene.
Yeah, they did.
Just Warden Keene could not get it rolling.
Have not been able to answer the belly just yet.
One. Come on, lock in. There you go. 1-7.
1-7 on that one.
Woohoo!
Gonna help the cause every day of the week.
Thank you, sir. Never loved the 1-7 in my life.
So the Lees are also going to be 2-0. If this continues.
Yeah, if everything stays as is, the Van Aerts will improve to 2-0. The Lees will be at 2-0. Hansen and Poila will be at 2-0. Richard and Hammond, after their strong performance here with another one in the boat, will improve to 1-1, doing massive favors for their total.
Mm-hmm.
Frederick and Tradowski will also improve to 1-1. Another 2-5 for those guys.
There's one.
Okay.
Tony's hooked up.
Got one.
Get him in.
17 minutes remaining.
She's
Time is not on their side.
There we go. Corner of the mouth. Zeros. £1 8 ounces.
1-8. Gets them back within roughly 10 pounds.
8 ounces.
With 15 minutes remaining, we would need to see a heater. It's got to happen, and it's got to happen quick. If it lands right now as it sits, this duo here, Tony and Jeff, will be sitting at 0-2 with a season total weight of almost 80 pounds in 2 events. You want to talk about a bad beat. Oh, it don't get much worse than that. Hey, John Hammond hooked up again.
There you go. That's a good one.
Look at these guys. 35.7 before this fish.
Yeah. Big fish of a 3-1, 20 total fish caught. $2.7 on that one.
It's a solid fish.
I think everything's soaked at this point there, boss. They're another dry one back. Oh, jig.
Look out.
Oh. Well, here's something at the end of the day. Pulling home a bathtub full of water. Opening them compartments and just watching the water come right out of the carpet.
Yuck. Yeah, these boats will not be dry for a week. Pull that sucker out of the garage tomorrow and let it bake in the sun.
Nice.
Ben hooked up again. Another one, gonna be a keeper without a doubt.
Yeah.
Another 1.5 pounds or more than likely.
No, if you want to speed up the drying process, I always attack it with a shop vac.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a great way to get a lot of the surface moisture out.
That, I would say at least cuts it in half, the dry time. And then I put the turbo fans in them.
1.9.
1.9 on that one.
Hardest part to dry is always down where the seats are.
Yeah, in the very bottom there.
Okay.
It takes forever.
Where all the water runs to.
You know. And if you haven't washed your carpet in a while, this is a great time just to go to a boat wash and let her rip because, well, you ain't gonna get any more wet anyway.
No, absolutely you are not.
How do you clean your carpets? Do you do the shaving cream trick?
Yeah, typically.
Run through that.
Once about every 6 months, and everyone does it a little different, but yeah, I just coat the front deck in shaving cream. You spray it on, and I wipe it, kind of rub it into the carpet, and then go through with the wet dry vac. I wet the carpet first, then go on with the shaving cream, rub it in, and then go through with the wet dry vac and a scrub brush and really scrub that stuff out of there.
So grab the scrub brush, scrub it in real good.
Yep.
Do you rinse it off one more time or then?
Yeah.
And then
Rinse
after
it
you
and then
rinse
wet
it,
dry vac.
then take the wet dry, yeah.
1 pound, 10 ounces.
110?
110.
For Tony?
Go.
What's your favorite brand?
Oh, whatever's cheapest. Whatever's cheapest, because you're going to go through 5 or 6 containers of it. But it does work wonders. It'll put years back on your life of your carpet. I think mine's been done so many times now the water doesn't even soak into it, it just runs off. Poor girl.
Oh. I got it. I'm under you.
Crossing streams.
49.2 to 40 pounds, 13
Not in this
ounces.
weather.
Impressive days by both of these guys. But unfortunately, or fortunately, with this format, head-to-head,
there he is.
if you run into the buzzsaw, it is what it is.
And there's 50.
There is 50. Another solid 1.5 pound, 2 pounder for Ty Hansen.
Weird. Bulls are acting funny. Zeros.
He has almost lapped the field here today. Very, very impressive.
115.
115 on that one.
Nice
All that deficit that Tony and Jeff just made up with their last two, a lot of it just went away. And that's how it's been the whole match. Every single punch that Malik and Gagnon have thrown, Hansen has had an answer to.
Yeah, I tell you, you know, Tyson has done such a great job of processing fish, catching fish, and being consistent.
Yeah.
You know, just not, that is, right there is a definition of not a wasted movement throughout the day.
Yeah.
Did you get it down underneath?
I
Perfect.
did.
That deserves a fish then, huh?
It does, because I cast that sucker all the way down to Menominee Park.
Oh, come on, get off.
Just under 10 minutes remaining, and these guys need to catch a pound per minute.
It's done it again. The pressure's building. I think we're having another one of them matches.
We get everyone's best every time, one of those matches?
Yeah. If you want to have your best day fishing,
fish against Jeff and I.
He's not wrong.
Alka Gagnow can give you one of your best days fishing.
I
Just
am
simply hire us to fish against you in a head-to-head battle.
That's true. That's a fact.
Maybe I'll see what they're doing this
You know,
weekend.
again, we can't go against one of those matches there the guy's got 16 pounds. Nope.
Yeah, that's the tail of the tape right there. 29 total fish for Ty Hansen, 24 total for Malika Gagnow.
Next week?
No. A hot cup of coffee and a hot shower.
Ty Hansen's got him by an ounce on the big fish and an ounce on the average, and that's where that 10-4 deficit that you see, that is where it came from.
They will not be an easy win against on Sturgeon Bay.
Oh. And Malika and Gagnow get the Van Erts next week on Little Sturgeon.
Oh.
Wow.
That's the location of one of our flurries.
Yeah.
So it could happen.
Yeah, we've kind of alluded to it a little bit here as this one winds down. Next Wednesday, 7 days from today, we have one that we all have been looking forward to since the schedule came out. We have Little Sturgeon Bay.
I cannot wait for this
End of May. It has all of the makings of a record-setting day, to be honest with you. I mean, I know we've said it before, especially for Event 1, we thought that there was a chance, but
We just bit it right when I lifted
geez, there is
Wacky rig?
No.
Well, he's trying to go in your hole. Wrong water. Wrong
potential
water.
for
Come on, pumpkin seed, out of there.
150 pounds, maybe?
Trying not
I mean,
to get a 2-minute
that's a
penalty on you
crazy
right now.
pace to say, and 100 pounds in 4 hours is a very, very impressive feat. But we are talking about numbers of fish and 3-pounders, 4-pounders, 5-pounders, potential to see a 6-pounder.
Sturgeon Bay this time of year is a magical place. And if the weather allows for people to move freely, you could see something truly special, because while, you know, mid-May is the time for the Little Sturgeon area, there are parts of Door County that are north of there that are just starting to come into their prime.
Yeah, without a doubt.
So if that weather allows people to move around,
See, sometimes you
Sting
gotta
added
talk to
one.
the fish. There's gotta be 2 in here.
Frankie, which with the scale?
What?
Got it.
Oh,
Wrong one.
is it in pounds? Zeros?
Something popped up.
Zeros.
Lees started their day off with that 4-1 and have just been kind of holding steady since. Saw him make multiple moves on the trailer.
1-9?
1-9.
1-9 on
Put it
that
in,
one
please.
for the Lees.
Oh, yeah.
Probably
Yeah, you
the
keep
icing
fishing,
on the
I'll put it
cake in that match, if I had to guess.
So we had a good practice, but you know, since conditions kind of
Changed on us.
You said 1-9, right? I think so.
Yep, 1-9.
Okay. Weather, you know how Mother Nature is, but I mean, we started out catching some quality size ones, as you guys watched. We caught some nice ones on swim jigs. They were pretty stacked in there, but I think with the water being dirty and with the conditions, they kind of are tight-lipped. But we fortunately caught a few out of there. Then we decided to trailer and hit some channels, but there's quite a few guys in there, so we had the choice of either fishing a closer channel, which part might have another boat in there, or just make another run where, you know, nobody's fished yet. So we decided to trailer a second time, and so far it's paid off, and we caught 2 squirrels so far. But hopefully we can get a couple more here to help seal the deal. But it's been a fun grinding day.
Uh-oh.
might be number 5.
Dude, that's a big one. Get him. That's a big one, dude.
Can you get it or you gonna push it?
Watch out.
This looks like a big
He says a
fish.
big one.
Both flip them or you need me to grab them?
I'll both flip them.
Oh, flip
Sure,
my
I'll
spinner
flip
rod.
them.
Go now.
Oh, yeah. That right there is the icing on the cake.
These guys are nuts.
Game, set,
say Trevor was
match.
the right
Killing
move.
me.
What do you guys think?
Game, set, match.
It was risky, but
That's going to be another one
it
close
was
to
risky,
4.
but we had to make it.
Zeros. Look at that thing. Look at that thing. Calm down. 3-7. Come on, lock in. Tilt. Oh. There. 3-8. Is that locked? Yep. 3-8.
3-8
All right.
on that beautiful liquid bag of largemouth.
A 3/8
Yeah.
On spinning rod.
Andy,
on a
not losing
spinning
the line,
rod
are you?
with a light hook.
Yep.
Boat flipping a 3/8 with a spinning rod, dude.
Been a 3-8 for spinning rod.
These guys are madmen.
I wonder if they're even watching this.
They are.
There's only like 3 minutes left. You think they got that?
Oh, we got it.
Hopefully they did. I want to rewatch that. 3-8.
With that 3-8 from the Lees, we also have had a 110 from Hunter Van Dice come in here, and a 1 even from Dave Vannert, adding to their total.
On the edge.
Yeah, dude.
Told you there's gotta be one right on the mouth.
Yeah. Way up there. How much time we got left? 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Are we safe or no?
Huh?
What was the weights?
What?
What were the weights?
We're up by a good chunk now. Ben, you know if were we live when I caught down or no? Oh, were we? That's awesome.
The cast right there.
Oh, dude, I'm on that wall.
Oh, I told you that was the cast.
You missed them? Oh my gosh.
What the heck?
Well, I'm pretty sure I'm done. Or not. Or not. Come on, buzzer beater fish.
30 seconds. You were the hot hand today.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
Oh,
Just got lucky.
3 seconds. Line's out.
Line's out. Man.
I wanted to catch one more, dang it.
What a day. What a freaking day.
And we are lines out.
Boom.
For event number 2 with the Bass League, and the boys did not disappoint.
No, they
Gosh,
didn't.
if you wanted to watch a catch fest, today was for you. They absolutely whacked them.
Absolutely. They exceeded every expectation that I had. Congratulations to everybody. You did a fantastic job. Tough day, tough conditions. Fishing was fantastic.
Fantastic.
Congratulations to our winner. My shout out, Tyson Hansen. That was impressive.
That was very impressive.
Flat out impressive. He got it done. Kudos to you. Great job.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that scoreboard and see how all of these matches kind of finally ended up. That Sportomotive scoreboard tells the tale of the tape right there. The Van Aert's very strong performance. 33-13 now sit at your number 3 seed, knocking off the former number 1 seed, Ben and Brian Tesh. The Lees, a strong day as well, started out with that 4-pounder and kept their foot on the gas the whole way. 6-8 with that 3-8 that we saw right there at the very end. 22 pounds, 8 ounces to close that deal out. It was great to see the Lees get on the board with another great victory here on Lake Winnebago. I know that this is one that they had circled on the schedule for sure.
Absolutely. You know, they had an interesting day. They made 2 moves on the trailer, which is unusual.
Yeah.
But, you know, it made sense given the wind conditions. And having the ability to put it on a trailer, safer, faster, easier. So taking advantage of the rules, great way to cap it off.
And then you look down just one more. Your new number 1 seed, Ty Hansen, did it all by himself today, carrying Hansen and Poylet to that top seed. Look at those weights per hour. 14.8 in the first, 18.4 in the second, 8.15 in the third, and 9.6 in the fourth. That is what you call a well-rounded, dominant performance. And unfortunately for Malika and Gagnow, it's crazy to see them sitting at the number 8 seed outside the playoffs right now with over 40 pounds in their season total weight. Talk about getting the wrong guy at the wrong time. We saw Hansen put that gap on him right there between the first quarter and the second quarter, added up that about 8-pound deficit, and that's what you see here at the end. They just lost pace just a hair, and that's the tale of the tape. But props to Ty Hansen,
Absolutely.
Phenomenal day.
Congratulations. You know, you just wonder if the difference was Hansen having the water for the most part to himself, and Malika Gagnow, they were in there amongst others.
Correct.
You know, so it's like you just wonder if that is really the difference where they couldn't catch more, get more into the boat. But again, congratulations, Malika Gagnow. I mean, those guys, they're gritty. They get it done. Unfortunately, they just keep getting people's best.
Yeah. Without a doubt. And then you look at Richard and Hammond, they had literally zero competition today. Stefan off fishing another tournament, but Malakin Gagnow did not have the second highest weight of the day. It was John Hammond and his sub Hunter Van Dice. Very, very impressive day for those guys as well. 41-14 with 20 pounds in the fourth quarter.
They quietly put that weight on in the fourth quarter.
That is absolutely what they needed to do. They were sitting at the number 10 seed coming into this event. They got a 5 next to their name right now, and they are riding high as we head in towards Little Sturgeon, their home pond.
Well, you look at this. They had the heaviest period weight in the last period of the day. Congratulations to them.
Great work by those guys. And then Frederick and Trudowski. Chris had to do it by himself today. Chris Frederick put up 17-9, handily defeating the Neubauers with 3-10. Also an interesting match there. We saw Chris kind of put the trolling motor down, put his head down, and really grind it out in one area. The Neubauers stayed in a similar area but moved around a lot more and just never seemed to connect with an active group of fish.
Yeah, it was tough. You know, they were up on the northern end, and, you know, we talked a little bit. That place can be pretty finicky, and the numbers of fish sometimes are not all that great. They gave it to the end, though. They grinded that thing out. So great showing. Congratulations to Chris. You know, he gets after it. When he's solo, he gets after it. He got a W for the team, keeping them guys moving forward.
From here, we will take a look at some of those stats from our Sportomotive match of the day, and you have to give it to Ty Hansen versus Malakin Gagnow by himself. Ty Hansen, one guy in the boat, 51-1 on a total weight, a 213 big fish, never registered a dink, 29 total fish caught, and it took him approximately 7 minutes to put his first one on the board. And you look at Malakin Gagnow's numbers, not bad at all, but Ty Hansen just had the average, he had the numbers, he had the size, he had it all going for him today. Very, very impressive.
Absolutely. Things, he made the right decisions, went to the right areas, did the right things, did not make a mental mistake, not a wasted motion. It was just a great, great showing. And also, again, Tony, Jeff, great job. You guys are fun to watch. You're a great team together. They ran into the buzzsaw.
And they got another tough one coming. But along those same lines, as you saw from that Sportomotive scoreboard, we had some shakeups in this one. So be sure to head over to Head2Head Fishing, our website, check out what the standings look like. And also, don't forget, we will be right back here 7 days from today, probably looking at a historic head-to-head event. If I had to make the bold predictions, I believe that we will see records fall next week on Little Sturgeon Bay. It's going to be phenomenal. I cannot wait to see what these guys can do in 4 hours out there.
Absolutely. We are going to one of the meccas in the country for smallmouth bass fishing at a prime time of the year. This time of the year, there are consistently big fish. And when we say big fish, we are talking 6, 7, 8 pounds. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Hopefully, Mother Nature cooperates, allows these guys to roam freely and get after it, because, like you said, this could be something special.
Could see records fall. Don't forget about that. If you got nothing going next Wednesday, you are not going to want to miss Head2Head Bass League number 3 on Little Sturgeon Bay. But while you are in the downtime this week, be sure to check out all the other great content here on Fix TV. If you're watching on YouTube, head on over, download the app, look us up online. Great platform, a lot of great content on there, as well as a huge thank you to all of our sponsors and our partners in the guide directory. Thank you guys. You guys are the ones who keep the lights on around here. And if you're looking to support the people who support this programming, check out our sponsors, please, and thank you. And until next time, Head2Head Nation, stay tuned on social media. We will be right back here 7 days from today. Bass League event number 3, Little Sturgeon Bay. Till then, Tyler Corey, Andy Cleveland, we're out.
Got him. Good enough. There we go.
when I couldn't cast it. Got in there this time.